Love has moved online. With a swipe, two strangers can meet, talk, and fall for each other. But not every match ends with happily ever after. On Daily Story, we share the raw, unfiltered experiences of people navigating love in the digital age, from fairy tales to heartbreak and everything in between. The vibration was not a buzz. It was a tremor that ran through my entire body, a jolt of pure electric terror. My phone, which I swore I would turn off, was alive in my hand, burning cold. The screen glowed, displaying a text from an unknown number. And there was a photo. Not just any photo. A photo of the motel room I was currently cowering in. The cheap floral curtains, the ugly patterned bedspread, the chipped laminate dresser. My duffel bag, half open on the floor, was clearly visible. My heart did not just pound, it seized, then began to hammer a frantic, irregular rhythm against my ribs. She was here. Not just she knows where I am. Not just she found me. She was here, in this very motel. Maybe in the room next door. Maybe across the hall. The thought was a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. My eyes darted around the room. Every shadow suddenly a potential hiding place. Every creak of the old building a footstep. I stared at the closed door, then the flimsy window. The blinds were drawn, but they felt like tissue paper, offering no protection at all. This was not just stalking anymore. This was a game, and she was closing in. The collective, the teachings. Ascendant voice. Observer, all of it had been a meticulously crafted trap, a spiderweb spun just for me. And like a fool, I would walk right into the center of it, offering up my life story, my fears, my deepest vulnerabilities on a silver platter. I had given her the map to my soul, and now she was using it to hunt me down. The ceramic bird. That was the detail that had broken me. A small, insignificant tchotchke I would have since childhood, tucked away on a shelf in my apartment. A detail I had never, ever mentioned online, not even in my most unguarded personal insight channels. How could she have known? The only answer was horrifying. She would seen it. She would have been in my apartment. And if she would have been in my apartment, then this whole time, she had not just been a voice on a screen. She would have been a physical presence, a shadow lurking just out of sight, always one step ahead. Now, she was a shadow in the motel parking lot, maybe even in the hallway. My breath hitched. I needed to move. But where? My mind raced, a terrified hamster on a broken wheel. My apartment was compromised. My friends would not understand. The police had already dismissed me as paranoid. And now, my supposed sanctuary, this anonymous motel room, was just another stage in her twisted play. I felt a fresh wave of nausea. The phone vibrated again. Another text. I flinched, almost dropping it. This time it was just text. Enjoying your stay. Jamie lost. The casual cruelty of it, the way she used my online alias, my secret identity, twisted the knife. She was not just observing, she was taunting. She was gloating. I had to get out. Now, I moved like a ghost, every muscle screaming with tension. I grabbed my duffel bag, fumbling with the zipper. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely pull it closed. I did not bother checking for anything I might have left behind. All that mattered was escape. Before I opened the door, I took a deep, shuddering breath and pressed my eye to the peephole. The hallway was empty, bathed in the dim, institutional glow of the motel lights. My heart hammered against my ribs, so loud I was sure anyone nearby could hear it. I pulled back, my hand hovering over the doorknob. What if she was waiting? What if she was just around the corner, or hiding in one of the other rooms, ready to spring out the moment I stepped into the open? The silence of the hallway felt heavy, pregnant with unspoken threats. It was the kind of silence, that pulse, that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. I took another breath, tasting the stale air of the motel room, and slowly, carefully turned the knob. The click was shockingly loud in the stillness. I eased the door open, just a crack, peeking out again. Still nothing. I slipped out, my movements unnaturally slow, agonizingly deliberate. I did not close the door all the way, just let it swing back on its own, hoping the soft click would not draw attention. My eyes scanned every inch of the hallway, every door, every shadow. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to sprint down the corridor and out into the night, but I forced myself to walk, to appear calm, normal. Any sign of panic, and she would know she had me. The walk to the stairwell felt like miles. Each step was an effort, each breath a struggle. I could feel her eyes on me, even if I could not see her. The invisible weight of her gaze pressed down on me, making my skin crawl. When I finally reached the stairs, I descended them two at a time, my feet barely touching the ground. Out in the parking lot, the cool night air hit me, a shock after the stuffy motel air. My car was parked under a flickering streetlight, looking like a vulnerable metal shell. I fumbled for my keys, my hand still trembling, and unlocked the door. The familiar click of the locks seemed to echo in the stillness. I practically dove into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut and locking it immediately. My hands flew to the ignition, twisting the key. The engine coughed to life, a rough, comforting rumble. I threw the car into reverse, backing out of the parking spot with screech of tires that felt too loud, too attention-grabbing. I did not care. I just needed to be gone. As I drove out of the motel parking lot, my eyes darted to the rear-view mirror. Nothing, just the empty lot, the glow of the motel sign, and the dark highway stretching out behind me. But the relief was fleeting, a thin, fragile shield against the overwhelming dread that settled deep in my bones. Where do you go when your world is shrinking? When every place you thought was safe becomes a potential trap? When the very concept of sanctuary has been utterly, irrevocably destroyed? I drove aimlessly again, the highway lights blurring into streaks of white and orange. My phone lay on the passenger seat, screened down, a silent, malevolent presence. I wanted to smash it, throw it out the window, sever the digital tether that connected me to Serafina. But a part of me, a small, terrified part, clung to it. What if I needed it? What if she sent another message, a clue, something that could help me understand what she wanted? The thought was absurd. She wanted to terrify me, to control me, to break me, and she was succeeding. My mind replayed the last few weeks, the slow, insidious creep of her influence, the collective, with its promise of understanding. How I would pour out my heart, desperate for someone to listen. Ascendant voice, her soothing, empathetic words, her patient guidance. She had preyed on my vulnerability, my isolation, my fear of being dismissed. She had cultivated my trust, nurtured it like a poisonous plant, until it blossomed into full-blown terror. And I had let her in. I had welcomed her into the deepest recesses of my mind, thinking I was finding solace, finding connection. Instead, I had handed her the keys to my entire life. The ceramic bird. It kept coming back to that. It was not just a detail, it was proof. Proof that she was not some distant online stalker. She was close. Dangerously, terrifyingly close. She had been in my home. She had seen my things. She had breathed my air. The thought made my skin crawl, made me feel like I needed to scrub myself raw, to shed my very skin. The police. I considered them again. What would I say? A woman I met online who calls herself Serafina, but also observer and ascendant voice sent me a picture of my apartment, then a picture of my motel room. She knows about my ceramic bird. They would laugh me out of the station. They would tell me to get off the internet. They would probably suggest a therapist. They would not understand the insidious, all-encompassing nature of her attack. They would not understand that she was not just a stalker, she was a puppeteer, and I was her marionette. I needed a place where she could not find me. A place so obscure, so forgotten, that it would not even register on her radar. A place for my past. Perhaps my grandparents' old cabin. It was a crazy idea, a desperate one. The cabin was miles away, deep in the woods, on a dirt road that barely qualified as a road. My grandparents had passed away years ago, and the cabin had been left to my aunt and uncle, who only visited once or twice a year, if that. It was remote, isolated, without internet or even reliable cell service. It was perfect, or so I hoped. The drive was long, stretching into the pre-dawn hours. The highway eventually gave way to smaller roads, then to gravel, and finally to the winding, unpaved track that led to cabin. The trees pressing on either side, a thick, impenetrable wall of darkness. My headlights cut through the gloom, illuminating patches of overgrown brush and the occasional pair of glowing animal eyes. Each rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. Every snapping twig sounded like a footstep. The further I drove, the more the silence of the woods enveloped me, broken only by the hum of my engine and the frantic beat of my own heart. I kept checking my rearview mirror, but there was never anything behind me, just the endless, suffocating darkness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the cabin appeared through the trees. It was a small, weather-beaten structure, nestled in a clearing, looking even more dilapidated than I remembered. The windows were dark, like vacant eyes, and the porch sagged under the weight of years of neglect. A wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh surge of fear. Could this really be a sanctuary? Or was it just another stop on Serafina's twisted tour? I parked the car behind a thick cluster of pines, hoping to keep it out of sight from the road. However unlikely it was that anyone would pass by. The air was cold and damp, carrying the scent of pine needles and decaying leaves. I grabbed my duffel bag, my only possession, and made my way to the cabin door. The lock was old and stiff, but eventually it yielded with a groan of metal. I pushed the door open, revealing a cavernous darkness within. The air inside was heavy with the smell of dust and disuse, a musty odor that clung to the back of my throat. I fumbled for the light switch, flipping it several times before a single dim bulb flickered to life in the living room, casting long, dancing shadows across the walls. The cabin was exactly as I remembered it, rustic, cluttered with my grandparents' old furniture, faded photos still clinging to the walls. It was a relic, a time capsule, and for a moment, a fragile, fleeting moment, I felt a sliver of peace. This was a place she could not know. This was truly off the grid. I spent the next hour moving through the cabin, opening windows to air out the mustiness, checking every corner, every closet, every creaking floorboard. My paranoia was a constant companion, whispering doubts in my ear. Was the back door locked? Was that shadow just a trick of the light or something more? I found an old, rusty axe leaning against the fireplace, a grim comfort in its weight. I tried to turn on my phone just to see if I had any signal. Nothing. A small relief, but also a new kind of isolation. I was truly cut off now. No way for her to reach me, but also no way for me to reach anyone else. The sun began to rise, painting the sky in hues of soft pink and orange, filtering through the trees in golden shafts of light. The cabin felt less menacing in the daylight, but the dread remained, a cold knot in my stomach. I made myself a cup of instant coffee using the old percolator, the only sound breaking the silence, the bubbling water, and the distant chirping of birds. As I sat at the small, wobbly kitchen table, sipping the lukewarm coffee, my mind began to process everything, to try and make sense of the senseless. Serafina was not just a random stalker. She was methodical, patient, and terrifyingly intelligent. She had built this elaborate trap, this digital labyrinth, just for me, and she had known about the ceramic bird. The ceramic bird. My gaze drifted around the room, taking in the familiar, comforting clutter of the cabin. A stack of old magazines on a dusty side table. A faded quilt draped over the back of a worn armchair. A collection of porcelain thimbles on a small shelf. Wait, porcelain thimbles. My breath hitched. My grandparents had collected porcelain thimbles. A small, unassuming collection, but a collection nonetheless. And nestled amongst them, on the top shelf, was a small white ceramic bird. It was a replica of a robin, painted with delicate blue and red accents. My ceramic bird. It was not my ceramic bird from my apartment, but it was a ceramic bird, and it was in a place I had not visited in years, a place she could not possibly know about. My blood ran cold, a glacial river through my veins. My hand started to shake, spilling coffee onto the worn wooden table. This was not just a coincidence. This was too specific. The ceramic bird from my apartment, the one she had mentioned, was a different kind of bird, a different color. But the concept of ceramic bird, a small, personal, slightly unusual detail, it felt like a calling card. Like she was telling me, without words, that she knew everything. Not just about my life now, but about my entire history. My childhood, my memories, the forgotten corners of my past. A wave of dizziness washed over me. I gripped the edge of the table, my knuckles white. She had not just been in my apartment. She had been here, in this cabin, in my grandparents' cabin. How? How could she have known about this place? It was not on any map. It was not associated with me in any official records. It was a secret, a childhood hideaway, a place only my family knew existed. Unless she was family, or someone close enough to know. Someone who had access to my past, to my family's history. But that was impossible. I did not have any estranged relatives, no mysterious cousins. A cold, creeping dread began to spread through me, far worse than the panic I would felt at the motel. That was physical threat. This was something deeper, a violation of my very identity, my sense of self. She knew my secrets, yes, but she also knew the secrets of my past, the places I held sacred. I stood up abruptly, knocking over the coffee cup. It clattered to the floor, spilling its contents across the dusty boards. I did not care. I needed to move, to search, to find proof. I scoured the cabin, every inch, every nook and cranny. My eyes darted from object to object, searching for any sign, any indication that she had been here. The old books on the shelves, the faded photographs, the dusty trinkets. They all seemed to mock me, to hold hidden messages I could not decipher. Then I saw it, on a small, antique writing desk in the corner of the living room, a desk my grandmother used to write letters. There was a small, neatly folded piece of paper. It had not been there when I first arrived. I was sure of it. I had checked this desk, had even run my hand over its dusty surface. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. I approached the desk as if it were a venomous snake, my movements slow, cautious. I picked up the paper, my fingers trembling. It was a simple sheet of lined paper, torn from a notebook, and on it, written in a neat, elegant script, were 3 words. "You are almost home." My vision blurred. "You are almost home." Not "you are safe." Not "I found you." But home. The word twisted in my gut, a cruel mockery. This was not home. This was a trap. And she had been here. She was here now. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. She was not just leaving notes. She was here. She had been here, in this cabin, possibly for days, preparing for my arrival. She had anticipated my move, had known exactly where I would run when the motel became compromised. She had laid another trap, a more elaborate, more psychologically devastating one. My eyes darted around the room, frantic. The shadows seemed to deepen, to writhe. The silence of the cabin, once a comfort, now felt like a suffocating blanket. Every creak of the old wood, every rustle of leaves outside the window, was amplified, sharpened into a threat. I spun around, my back pressed against the wall, my eyes scanning every inch of the room. Was she hiding in the closet, under the bed, in the attic? The thought of her being in the same house, breathing the same air, watching me, made my stomach churn. I gripped the rusty axe, its weight a cold comfort in my shaking hands. I moved to the cabin again, but this time with a primal, desperate energy. I threw open closet doors, peered under beds, even checked the small, dark pantry. Nothing, just dust, shadows, and the suffocating silence. But the note was undeniable. She had been here, and she was still playing her game. The sun was higher now, casting bright shafts of light through the windows, but the cabin felt colder, darker than ever. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like an insect under a magnifying glass. My mind raced, tried to find a logical explanation, a way to debunk the terrifying reality. But there was none. She knew. She always knew. My phone, lying useless on the table, seemed to mock me. No signal. No way to call for help. I was truly alone, trapped in this isolated cabin, with Serafina as my unseen tormentor. I decided to check the perimeter of the cabin. Maybe I could find some sign, some clue that would reveal her presence, her hiding spot, armed with the axe. I slowly, cautiously, opened the front door and stepped out onto the sagging porch. The woods were alive with the sounds of nature birds chirping, squirrels chattering, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. But beneath it all, I could almost hear the faint whisper of Serafina's presence, an invisible hum in the air. I walked around the cabin, my eyes scanning the ground for footprints, disturbed leaves, anything out of place. The dirt road was barely visible, overgrown with weeds. No fresh tire tracks. No footsteps. The ground was dry, hard-packed. But then, as I rounded the back of the cabin, near the small, overgrown vegetable patch my grandparents used to tend, I saw it, a small, freshly dug patch of earth. Not large, maybe a foot by a foot. And sticking out of the disturbed soil, glinting in the sunlight, was a small, white ceramic bird. My ceramic bird. The exact one from my apartment. The one she had mentioned in her message. My breath caught in my throat. My vision swam. It was not just a calling card. It was a declaration. She had not just been in my apartment. She had taken something from it, something deeply personal, and brought it here, to my sanctuary, to my past, and she had buried it, like a trophy, a warning. The implication was horrifying. She had not just visited the cabin. She had been here long enough to dig a hole, to bury the bird, to leave the note. She had been preparing this stage for me. My legs felt like jelly. I stumbled back, my heart pounding a frantic, irregular rhythm. The axe slipped from my grasp, clattering to the ground. I could not breathe. The air felt thick, suffocating. She was here. She had to be. She was watching me. Right now. I looked up, my eyes darting frantically to the surrounding trees. The dense foliage seemed to sway, to hide countless unseen eyes. Every shadow was a potential hiding place. Every rustle of leaves a movement. I imagined her out there, just beyond the tree line, a silent, predatory figure, observing my terror, enjoying every second of my unraveling. The thought of her being so close, so intimately aware of my every move, my every fear, was almost unbearable. She was not just playing a game, she was constructing a living nightmare, and I was the star. I stumbled back into the cabin, slamming the door shut and fumbling with the lock. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the bolt. The flimsy wooden walls felt like paper, offering no protection at all. I pressed my back against the door, sliding down until I was huddled on the floor, gasping for air. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. I was trapped, utterly, completely trapped. There was no escape, no sanctuary. Serafina had meticulously dismantled every safe space, every illusion of safety, until my entire world had become a cage of her own design. The silence of the cabin was no longer comforting. It was oppressive, filled with the unspoken threat of her presence. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that she was still out there, just beyond the walls, watching, waiting. The ceramic bird, buried like a small white tombstone, was a testament to her victory. I closed my eyes, but the image of the buried bird, the note, the motel photo, the violated apartment, all flashed behind my eyelids. Serafina was not just close. She was everywhere. She was in my past and my present, and she would undoubtedly be in my future. My life was no longer my own. It was a story she was writing, a horror story, and I was destined to play the terrified, hunted protagonist until she decided the final chapter had been told. And I knew with a sickening certainty that the ending would not be a happy one. It would be a chilling, unending nightmare, orchestrated by Serafina, the architect of my fear. Now, the paranoia is not just a feeling, it is reality. Serafina can be anywhere. She knows everything. And she will never let me go. The world blurred around me, a chaotic smear of color and noise as I ran. My lungs burned, each gasp a ragged, desperate plea for air that never quite filled my chest. The coffee shop, the bustling street, the faces of strangers, they were all just obstacles. A dizzying maze I had to navigate to escape the nightmare that had just materialized in front of me. Serafina, Willow, it was all the same monster. Her voice, calm and possessive, echoed in my ears, a chilling counterpoint to the frantic pounding of my heart. You are mine, Jamie, always have been. The intimate details she would whispered, the ceramic bird, the scar, my art history classes, they were not just facts. They were hooks, digging into my flesh, dragging me back to a past I would tried so desperately to bury. I did not know where I was running, only that I had to run. Every shadow seemed to stretch, every distant siren wail sounded like it was coming for me. My legs were numb, propelled by pure, unadulterated terror. I did not stop until I reached my apartment building, a grimy brick structure that usually felt like a sanctuary. Now it just felt like a trap. My hands fumbled with the keys, shaking so violently I almost dropped them. The lock clicked, a pathetic sound against a roar of fear in my ears. I burst inside, slamming the door shut, twisting the deadbolt, then chaining it, as if flimsy metal could ever stop her. I leaned against the door, gasping, my body trembling uncontrollably. My eyes darted around the small living room, searching, assessing. Was she already here? Had she followed me? Was she watching? I pulled the blinds down with a violent yank, plunging the room into a dim, suffocating twilight. Every creak of the old building, every distant car horn, every rustle of leaves outside sounded like her. My mind screamed at me she was in your home. She knows where you live. She knows everything. I spent the rest of that day huddled in the center of my apartment, a pathetic ball of nerves, clutching a kitchen knife I would grab on instinct. The fear was not a hum anymore. It was a deafening roar, a siren blaring inside my skull. I did not eat. I did not drink. I did not even dare go to the bathroom without a full sweep of the apartment first. Sleep was an impossible dream. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Willow's face, not the soft, kind face in the photos, but the one I would seen at the coffee shop, older, colder, a predatory glint in her emerald eyes. The next morning, the sun dared to peek through the gap in my blinds, mocking my terror with its cheerfulness. I was a wreck. My eyes were bloodshot, my throat raw from silent screams, my muscles aching from tension. The knife was still clutched in my hand, my knuckles white. This could not be my life. Not again. I would spend 5 years as Jamie, constantly looking over my shoulder, but that was a generalized fear. This was different. This was specific. She was not just a monster in the shadows. She had a face, a name, and she had just proved she could walk right up to me, smiling, knowing every secret I possessed. I tried to think. What did I do? Move again? Change my identity again? The thought was exhausting, soul-crushing. How many times could a person shed their skin before there was nothing left? And what was the point? She found me. She always found me. The first few days were a blur of hypervigilance. I double-checked every lock, taped up the small crack under my front door, and only left my apartment to grab essential groceries. Always with my hood up, my eyes darting, my heart pounding. Each time I stepped outside, I felt 1,000 eyes on me. Every red-haired woman, every person wearing an emerald scarf, sent a jolt of panic through me. I was a ghost, haunting my own life, desperately trying to avoid being seen. Then the messages started. Not from Willow, not from Serafina directly, at least not at first. They were subtle, insidious. I would be scrolling through a random news article on my phone, trying to distract myself, and a pop-up ad would appear, not for something I would search for, but for something incredibly specific to my current thoughts. Like the time I was thinking about how I needed to buy new art supplies, and an ad for a very specific brand of charcoal pencils. The kind I preferred flashed across my screen. Coincidence? Maybe, but my gut screamed otherwise. A week after the coffee shop, I was sitting on my couch, trying to force down some stale crackers, my phone lying face down beside me. I was thinking about calling my old landlord, just to ask if there were any available units in a different building, anywhere, just to get out. Before I even picked up my phone, it buzzed. I flinched, staring at it for a long moment before my trembling fingers finally flipped it over. It was a text message from an unknown number. Just one line moving again. Jamie, that won't help. My blood ran cold. My breath hitched in my throat. I did not even know I was going to call the landlord yet. It was just a nascent thought, a desperate flicker of hope. How could she know? I deleted the message, blocked the number, but it did not matter. The seed of terror had been planted, watered, and was now blooming into a full-blown nightmare. The predictions escalated. I would wake up groggy and disoriented from another night of fitful sleep, and my phone would buzz. Do not forget your umbrella today. Jamie, it looks like rain. I had not even looked out the window yet, but when I finally dared to peek through the blinds, the sky was indeed a bruised, ominous gray. Another time, I was trying to decide what to have for dinner. My fridge was mostly empty, and I was contemplating ordering a pizza, something I rarely did. I had not even opened a food delivery app. My phone buzzed. Pepperoni and mushroom, right? A classic choice for a lonely night. The words were like a physical blow. How? How could she know what I was thinking? It felt like my mind, my most private sanctuary, had been invaded. I started to test it. I would think of something completely random, something I would never normally do. Like, I am going to wear mismatched socks today. Moments later, a text interesting fashion choice. Jamie, very avant-garde. Or, I am going to listen to that obscure 90s indie band I used to like. My phone would immediately buzz with a link to a iYouTube video of that exact band, with a message blast from the past. Is not it? It was not just my phone. It was everywhere. I tried to go to a local library, desperate for a physical space away from my apartment, away from screens. As I walked in, I noticed a small flyer pinned to a corkboard advertising a local knitting circle. On it, scrawled in neat, almost elegant handwriting, was my name, Jamie. Underneath it, a small, unsettling drawing of a ceramic bird. My ceramic bird, the one hidden in my room. I ran out of that library, heart hammering. The flyer's image burned into my mind. It was not just online anymore. She was physical. She was in my world. She was everywhere I went, everywhere I thought of going. The paranoia became a physical weight. My shoulders constantly ached. My jaw was permanently clenched. I stopped answering calls from unknown numbers. I stopped checking emails, fearing what I might find. The internet, once my escape, was now a digital cage, its bars closing in. My apartment, once my sanctuary, was now a glass box, and Serafina was outside, peering in, always watching. I tried to tell myself it was a trick, She had hacked my phone, my computer, installed cameras, microphones, but the predictions of my thoughts. That was impossible. It defied logic. It defied everything I knew. But it was happening. I considered going to the police, but what would I say? My online friend, who is actually my stalker, knows what I am thinking and is sending me creepy texts. They would laugh me out of the station. Or worse, they would think I was delusional. I had no physical evidence, just a string of terrifying coincidences and a gut feeling that screamed pure, unadulterated evil. Even if I showed them the text, she was using burner numbers untraceable. My life shrunk to the size of my apartment. I rarely left. Food deliveries were my only connection to the outside world. And even then, I would only order from places I had not used before, paying in cash, trying to obscure my identity. But it felt futile. She knew. She always knew. One evening, I was sitting in the dark, trying to conserve power, trying to disappear. I had not showered in days. My hair was a tangled mess, and I felt like a wild animal cornered in its den. I was humming a lullaby, a silly, obscure tune my mother used to sing to me when I was a child. I had not thought about it in years. It just came to me, a desperate attempt to comfort myself. My phone, which I had placed on the far side of the room, out of reach, suddenly lit up. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. I had not touched it. No one had. It just glowed with trembling hands. I picked it up. A new text message from yet another unknown number. That is a sweet tune. Jamie, sleep. My angel, sleep. Your mother had a beautiful voice. The phone slipped from my grasp, clattering to the floor. My mother, she was gone. That lullaby was a private memory, a sacred thing. No one else knew it. No one. My body started to shake violently, not just from fear, but from a profound existential dread. This was not just a stalker. This was something else. Something demonic. I scrambled to my feet, my mind racing. I had to get out. I had to. It did not matter if she found me again. I could not stay here. I could not breathe here. I grabbed a small backpack, stuffing in a few essentials, my wallet, my phone. Even though it was a source of terror, it was still my lifeline. As I reached for the doorknob, I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible scratching sound. It was coming from inside my apartment, from the kitchen. I froze, my hand hovering over the doorknob, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. I strained my ears, holding my breath. Nothing, just the pounding of my own blood. I told myself it was my imagination, the old building settling, rats in the walls. But the thought of Serafina, the way she knew everything, the way she could be anywhere slowly, agonizingly slowly. I crept towards the kitchen. The faint light from the street lamp outside cast long, distorted shadows across the floor. As I rounded the corner, I saw it. On my kitchen counter, next to the sink, was a single, perfectly formed red rose, and tucked beneath its petals, a small, handwritten note. My hand was shaking so hard I could barely pick it up. The paper was thick, slightly perfumed. The handwriting was elegant, familiar. Serafina's. You were going to leave. Were not you. Jamie. Silly girl. I am already here. I have been here. You just never looked close enough. My eyes darted around the kitchen, then to the living room, the bedroom. She was here. She had been here. She was still here. My blood ran cold, turning to ice in my veins. The air in the apartment suddenly felt thick, heavy, suffocating. I was not alone. My gaze fell upon a small, antique mirror I had hanging on the wall by the entrance. It was a decorative piece, a flea market find. As I stared at my own terrified reflection, something shifted. A subtle movement in the background, just behind my shoulder, in the reflection, a flash of bright red hair, a glimpse of an emerald scarf. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, a choked scream dying before it could escape. Nothing, just the empty living room. But the reflection had been real. She was playing with me. She was toying with me. Panic seized me, a primal, overwhelming urge to escape. I did not care if she was here. I did not care if she was waiting outside. I could not stay. I lunged to the door, fumbling with the deadbolt, the chain. My fingers were numb, clumsy. As I finally yanked the door open, a soft voice whispered directly into my ear, so close I felt a faint brush of air against my skin. Going somewhere. Alex. The world spun. Alex. My old name. The name I had buried. The person I had tried to forget. She knew. She had always known. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound torn from the deepest parts of my soul. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet, falling hard onto the floor. My head hit the wood with a sickening thud, and for a moment, stars exploded behind my eyes. When my vision cleared, I was lying on the floor, looking up at the ceiling. The door was still open, a sliver of hallway visible, but there was no one there. No Serafina, no Willow, just the echoing silence of my apartment and the ragged sound of my own breathing. I pushed myself up, my body aching, my mind reeling. Was it a hallucination? Was I finally losing it? The rose was still on the counter, the note still tucked beneath its petals. It was not a dream. I stumbled out of the apartment, leaving the door wide open. I did not care. I just needed to run. I scrambled down the stairs, 2 at a time, my backpack bouncing against my back. I burst out of the building and into the cool night air, gasping for breath, my eyes darting frantically. The street was empty. A lone street lamp cast a pool of sickly yellow light. I started to run, blindly, desperately, not knowing where I was going, just away. Away from the apartment, away from Serafina, away from the terrifying reality that she was everywhere, always. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing in a small, overgrown park a few blocks from my apartment. I huddled behind a thick bush, trying to control my ragged breaths. My phone, still in my backpack, suddenly vibrated. I almost screamed, with shaking hands. I pulled it out, a new text, from an unknown number, of course. You are tired, are not you? Alex, you have been running for so long, but you can't outrun yourself. You can't outrun me. Look up. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. I slowly, hesitantly, lifted my head, my eyes scanning the dark, empty park. Nothing, just trees, shadows, and the distant glow of city lights. Then, I saw it. On the top branch of the tallest tree, silhouetted against the pale moonlight, was a small, ceramic bird, the one from my apartment, the one I would hidden in my room, the one she knew about. My blood ran cold. She was not just watching me. She was ahead of me. She had been here. She knew where I would go. A fresh wave of terror washed over me, stronger than anything I had felt before. There was no escape. No matter how far I ran, no matter how many times I changed my name, she would always find me. She knew my thoughts. She knew my past. She knew my future. She had infiltrated every part of my existence, twisting it into a living nightmare. I lay there, curled up in the cold, damp grass, staring at the ceramic bird perched high above me, a silent, mocking sentinel. The phone in my hand vibrated again. Good night, Alex. Sleep tight. I will be watching over you. I did not delete the message. I did not block the number. What was the point? She knew. She always knew. The paranoia was not just a feeling, it was the air I breathed, the blood in my veins. Serafina was not just a stalker. She was a shadow, a ghost, a demon that had woven itself into the very fabric of my life. And I knew, with a chilling certainty that settled deep in my bones, that I would never truly be free. I was hers, forever trapped in her elaborate, terrifying game, always running, always looking over my shoulder, always waiting for her next move. And she would always be there, watching, knowing, predicting, until the day she decided to finally claim me for good. The screen of my phone glowed, a malevolent eye in the sudden darkness of my kitchen. The text message from Serafina or Willow, or whatever new name she would conjure from the depth of her obsession, was still there. I am with you. Always. And the photo. My living room. My kitchen counter. The wilted red rose, a symbol of her violation, now joined by a fresh note in my handwriting. I am already home. Jamie. My breath hitched. A ragged gasp caught in my throat. She was here. She was here. Not just in the apartment building, not just outside, but inside my sanctuary, the place I would tried so desperately to protect. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My mind, already frayed from days of paranoia, snapped. The world tilted. I dropped the phone. It clattered against the tile floor, the screen cracking, but I barely registered the sound. My eyes darted around the kitchen, then to the living room, the very space depicted in that horrifying image. Every shadow seemed to deepen, to coil and writhe into something monstrous. Was she still here, hiding, watching me right now? The thought was a cold, sharp blade twisting in my gut. My legs, suddenly weak, threatened to give out. I stumbled backward, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle a scream. The air in my apartment, once familiar, now felt thick and suffocating, imbued with her presence. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the frantic drumming of my own blood in my ears. I could not stay, not another second, without thinking, driven by a primal, animalistic urge to flee. I spun around and bolted for the front door. My hand fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers clumsy with terror. Click, click, the locks disengaged. I yanked the door open, not caring if it slammed against the wall, and burst into the hallway. The dimly lit corridor of my apartment building was usually a mundane sight, but now it felt like a tunnel stretching into an unknown void. I did not know where I was going, only that it had to be away. I did not bother to lock the door behind me. What was the point? She was already inside. She had been inside all along. I ran, down the stairs, not waiting for the elevator, my bare feet slapping against the cold concrete. Each step was a desperate plea for distance, for safety. I burst through the lobby doors and into the cool night air, gasping. My lungs burned, but the chill was a welcome shock, a momentary anchor to reality. The streetlights cast long, distorted shadows. Every parked car, every rustling bush, every distant sound became a potential threat. My mind raced, spiraling. Where could I go? My friends, they had not understood before. They would offer platitudes about getting help and being strong, but they had not seen the rose, had not felt the creeping dread, had not had their privacy utterly obliterated. They would not believe this. They could not. My car was parked a block, away. I ran towards it, fumbling for my keys, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped them. I unlocked the door, dove inside, and locked it again, leaning my head against the steering wheel, trying to regulate my frantic breathing. The enclosed space of my car, usually a comfort, now felt like a temporary, fragile shield. She knew my car. She knew everything. I started the engine, the roar of the motor a jarring comfort. I had no destination, just away. I drove aimlessly for what felt like hours, the city lights blurring into a meaningless smear. My apartment, my home, was compromised. My online support group, a false refuge, had been another trap. My friends were distant, my family even more so. I was truly, terrifyingly alone. I ended up at a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, the kind with flickering neon signs and a faint smell of stale cigarettes. I paid cash, avoiding eye contact with the weary clerk, and locked myself in the room. The cheap lock felt flimsy, a joke against the terror that clawed at my insides. I pulled the blinds tight, checked under the bed, in the closet, behind the shower curtain. My paranoia was a living, breathing entity, whispering doubts and threats into my ear. Sleep did not come. How could it? Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, every shadow cast by the sickly yellow motel lamp sent a jolt of ice through my veins. I spent the night huddled in a corner, clutching a pillow, staring at the door, convinced she would appear, smiling, with another note in my handwriting. The next few days blurred into a waking nightmare. I moved from motel to motel, never staying in one place for more than a night, always paying cash, always avoiding leaving a trace. I ate convenience store food, showered quickly, and spent most of my time staring blankly at the TV. The meaningless chatter, a desperate attempt to drown out the screams in my head. My phone remained off, shattered screen and all. The world outside shrunk, becoming a hostile, dangerous place. My own reflection in the mirror showed a gaunt, hollow-eyed stranger, a ghost of myself. I was losing it. I knew it. The isolation was a suffocating blanket, pressing down on me, crushing me. I needed to talk to someone, anyone, but who? The police had already dismissed me. My friends did not understand. The online support group had been a direct pathway to Serafina. I was adrift in a sea of terror, with no lifeline in sight. One night, holed up in another nameless motel room, the television droning on, I felt an unbearable ache for connection. I needed a distraction, something to pull me out of the endless loop of fear and self-pity. My phone was dead, but I had my laptop in my backpack. The one Serafina had used to message me on the support group. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the zipper. It felt tainted, but the loneliness was a tangible pain, worse than the fear in that moment. I pulled it out, plugged it in, and watched the familiar AP Bowl logo glow to life. My fingers trembled as I opened the browser. I did not know what I was looking for. Maybe just some forums, some online community where I could be anonymous, just a username among thousands. I typed online communities for people feeling isolated. The search results were a mix of mental health forums, gaming groups, and niche hobby sites. My gaze fell upon a link to Collective, a sanctuary for the disconnected. The description promised a safe space, a community for those who felt out of sync with the world, who perceived realities others could not, who sought deeper truths. It sounded intriguing, desperate, exactly what I was looking for, or so I thought. I clicked the link. It led to a Discord server invitation. Discord. I would heard of it, mostly for gaming. I hesitated again. Another online community. Another potential trap. But the description had resonated so deeply with my current state. Perceive realities others could not. That was me. No one else could see what Serafina was doing. Could they? My need for connection outweighed my caution. I clicked Join Server. The server was called the Collective. The main channel was bustling with activity. Users were chatting, sharing thoughts, posting links to articles and videos. The interface was clean, the channels organized. There was a general chat, channel for deep thoughts, personal insights, creative expression, and even a meditation lounge. I chose a simple username, Jamie Lost. I did not want to use my real name, even if I was already Jamie to Serafina. My first message was hesitant hello. Is anyone here? Almost instantly, a reply popped up. Welcome, Jamie Lost. We are always here. Glad you found us. It was from a user named Descendant Voice. Their profile picture was a stylized eye, half closed, gazing upwards. Another user, Seeker Off Trip, chimed in another soul drawn to the light. Tell us, Jamie Lost, what brings you to the Collective? I paused, chewing on my lip. How much should I say? How much could I say? I decided on a vague truth. I have been feeling very alone lately. Like no one understands what I am going through. I feel watched. The responses were immediate and surprisingly empathetic. We understand completely. Jamie Lost wrote Whispering Echoes. Many of us have felt that same profound isolation. The world can be a very confusing, often hostile place for those who truly see. You are not alone here. Added Mindweaver. The collective is a place where your perceptions are valid, where your experiences are heard and believed. It was exactly what I needed to hear. The words were a balm to my raw nerves. For the first time in days, I felt a flicker of hope, a tiny warmth spreading in my chest. These people understood. They believed me. Ascendant Voice sent a private message. Welcome again. Jamie Lost. I am Ascendant Voice, one of the guides here at the collective. I noticed your comment about feeling watched. That is a common experience for those of us who are more attuned to the subtle energies of the world. Would you like to talk more about it in a private channel, or just here in general chat? A private channel. My mind immediately flashed to Observer and the private message on the support group. A fresh wave of paranoia washed over me. But Ascendant Voice tone was so gentle, so inviting. It felt different. Perhaps later. I typed, trying to sound casual. Just getting my bearings. Of course, Ascendant Voice replied. No pressure at all. Take your time. Explore. You will find a home here. Jamie Lost. We all did. Over the next few days. I practically lived on the collective. It became my new sanctuary, my new reality. The motel room was just a place to sleep, but the server was where I felt truly alive, truly seen. The members were incredibly supportive. They shared their own stories of feeling misunderstood, of strained perceptions, of the veil between realities thinning for them. It mirrored my own experiences, my own escalating paranoia. So, perfectly, I started sharing more. Not about Serafina directly, not yet, but about the feeling of being watched, the sense of my space being invaded, the way the world seemed to conspire against me. And they listened. They offered advice, not in the dismissive way my friends had, but with genuine understanding. They talked about spiritual attunement, energy vampires, and the awakening. It was all new to me, but it resonated with the unsettling reality I was living. Ascendant Voice was particularly attentive. They frequently messaged me privately, checking in, offering words of encouragement, and gently guiding me to the server's various chambers and resources. They introduced me to the teachings, a series of documents, and audio files in a restricted channel, accessible only to members who have been initiated. Initiation involved a simple ritual writing down your deepest fears and desires, burning them safely, of course, and meditating on the ashes. It sounded a bit new agey, but harmless, and the promise of deeper understanding, of tools to navigate my heightened perception, was too tempting to resist. I performed a ritual in my motel room, carefully burning the crumpled paper in a metal ashtray, feeling a strange mix of foolishness and hope. After my initiation, I gained access to the teachings. They were a fascinating blend of philosophy, psychology, and what they called energetic principles. They spoke of the true self, hidden beneath layers of societal conditioning, and the collective consciousness, a universal mind we were all a part of. The goal was to align with this collective, to shed the egoic illusions that cause suffering and disconnection. Some of it sounded abstract, but other parts felt incredibly profound, speaking directly to my anxieties. They talked about how fear was a tool of the observers, entities that fed on negative energy, and how to protect oneself by cultivating inner peace and focus. The term the observers sent a chill down my spine. It was too close to Observer, the user from the other support group. But I pushed the thought away. This was different. This was safe. The more time I spent in the collective, the more I felt a sense of belonging I had not experienced in years. The outside world, with its indifference and its threats, faded into background. My phone remained off. I stopped watching the news. My life revolved around the server. I participated in daily attunement sessions, which were guided meditations led by Ascendant Voice, often late at night. I shared my dreams in the Dream Weavers channel, and other members offered interpretations that always seemed to connect back to the teachings. I started noticing changes in myself. My paranoia, while still present, was channeled. Instead of fearing Seraphina, I began to see her as one of the observers, an external force feeding on my fear. The collective taught me to star these entities by refusing to engage with fear, by focusing on my true self and the collective consciousness. It was empowering in a strange way, but there were also subtle shifts that, looking back, should have been red flags. The server's rules became stricter. There were specific times for certain discussions, and off-topic conversations were gently but firmly redirected. Dissenting opinions were met with gentle persuasion, then silence, and sometimes the user would simply disappear from the server. They chose to walk a different path. Ascendant Voice would say, without elaboration, the reverence for Ascendant Voice grew. They were no longer just a guide, they were the seer, the awakener, the one who channeled the collective's wisdom. Their messages became longer, more cryptic, filled with pronouncements that members would dissect and praise. They rarely spoke in voice chat, preferring text, which they said allowed for purer transmission of thought. I also noticed that members started using similar phrasing, adopting a shared lexicon. Words like attunement, energetic alignment, shadow work, and the veil became commonplace. Everyone seemed to be on the same page, thinking the same thoughts, expressing the same sentiments. It felt like unity, but it was also unsettlingly uniform. One day, Ascendant Voice posted a new teaching in the restricted channel. It was about shedding external anchors. It argued that material possessions, old relationships, and even memories could tie one to the egoic illusion and prevent full alignment with the collective. It suggested a purification process, letting go of things that no longer served one's true self. It started subtly. Members began posting about decluttering their homes, donating clothes, selling old possessions. Then it escalated. Some talked about cutting ties with negative friends or family members who did not understand their journey. It felt extreme, but the logic presented in the teachings was so compelling, so persuasive, that it made sense in the bubble of the server. I even considered it myself. My apartment, my old life, felt tainted by Seraphina. Maybe letting go of it all was the answer. A clean slate, a new beginning, guided by the collective. Then came the personal insight channel. This was a new, private channel for each initiated member, accessible only by them and Ascendant Voice. Here, we were encouraged to write daily reflections about our fears, our past traumas, our deepest secrets, and how the collective's teachings were helping us overcome them. It was presented as a therapeutic exercise, a way to unburden the soul. I hesitated. This felt too personal. Too much like the initial support group where Seraphina had found me. But Ascendant Voice sent me a private message, a gentle nudge. Jamie Lost, your journey is unique, but your insights can illuminate the path for others. Sharing your truth is an act of courage and a testament to your growing alignment. I caved. My need for validation, for belonging, was overwhelming. I started writing. I wrote about my childhood anxieties, my insecurities, my fear of being truly alone. And then, slowly, reluctantly, I started writing about Seraphina. Not by name, but about the stalker, the shadow, the one who had invaded my life and shattered my peace. I wrote about the rose, the notes, the feeling of being watched, the police's dismissal, my friend's inability to grasp the terror. Ascendant Voice responses were always thoughtful, always validating. This shadow is a powerful force. Jamie Lost, but it feeds on your fear. By understanding its nature, by releasing your attachment to the past, you can starve it of its energy. The collective is here to help you build your inner shield. The more I shared, the more I felt understood, accepted. The server became my entire world. I stopped leaving the motel room, ordering food delivery, only venturing out for essentials. My old life, my old self, felt like a distant, fading memory. One night, during a late night attunement session in the main voice chat, a Senate voice filled my headphones. It was the first time I would heard them speak. It was soft, melodic, almost hypnotic. It was also subtly distorted, almost like it was being run through a filter, making it hard to pinpoint any specific gender or age. Tonight, my dear collective, we will focus on the ultimate release, the shedding of all illusions, the embrace of your true self. As their voice droned on, guiding us through a visualization, a strange unease began to creep into my mind. I was supposed to imagine my past self, my fears, my attachments, as heavy cloaks falling away. But as I visualized, a specific image flashed into my mind: my apartment, the kitchen counter, the ceramic bird hidden in the dusty box under my bed. The bird I would made in high school, the one only Serafina knew about. A jolt went through me. My eyes snapped open. I shook my head, trying to dislodge the thought. It was just a coincidence. I had written about it in my personal insight channel. Had not I? No, I had not. I had mentioned the general concept of hidden things, but never the ceramic bird. I had deliberately kept that detail to myself, a small, desperate attempt at maintaining some privacy. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. I dismissed it as paranoia, a leftover from my old fears. The collective had taught me to let go of paranoia, to trust. But then, a Senate voice, still soft and hypnotic, shifted. And as you shed these layers, my dear ones, remember the small, treasured trinkets you once held dear. The ceramic bird, perhaps hidden away, a symbol of a past self you no longer need. My blood ran cold. The air in the motel room suddenly felt thin, suffocating. My breath hitched. It was not a coincidence. It could not be. The ceramic bird, hidden under my bed. How could a Senate voice know that? My mind raced, frantically sifting through all the teachings, all the messages, all the interactions. The empathy, the understanding, the way they seemed to know exactly what I needed to hear. The increasing isolation from the outside world. The encouragement to shed external anchors, to cut off friends and family. The shared lexicon. The uniform thoughts. The disappearance of dissenting voices. It was not a sanctuary. It was a cage, and I had walked right into it. Ascendant voice. I typed into the voice. Chat, my fingers trembling. How do you know about the ceramic bird? Silence. A heavy, pregnant silence that stretched for an eternity. The other members in the voice chat seemed to freeze. I could see their usernames still active, still connected, but no one spoke. The hypnotic hum of the voice chat, usually filled with soft breathing and rustling, was suddenly devoid of sound. Then, a private message from a Ascendant voice popped up. The stylized profile picture glowed ominously. Jamie, you should not have come here. I know the ceramic bird you made in high school, the one you keep hidden in the dusty box under your bed. The exact same message, word for word. The one observer had sent me on the other online support group. My stomach lurched. A wave of nausea washed over me. It was her. It had been her all along. Serafina. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling a choked sob. The soft, melodic, distorted voice of Ascendant voice, still echoing in my ears, suddenly felt sinister, mocking. The empathetic messages, the understanding, the guidance, it was all meticulously crafted performance. She had lured me in, using my deepest fears against me, building a new, more elaborate trap. I tried to leave the voice chat, but my cursor would not move. My hands were shaking too violently. My vision blurred. I slammed my laptop shut, the sound of pathetic thud in the silent room. My phone, my broken phone, it was off. She could not reach me, could she? I scrambled for it, needing to confirm it was truly off, needing to break the connection. But as my fingers fumbled with the cold plastic, it vibrated. My heart stopped. I stared at the shattered screen, dread coiling in my gut. A new text message from an unknown number. Did you really think you could escape me? Jamie, did you really think I would not find you in your little collective? You are so predictable, so easily led. You always were. Attached was another photo. It was not my apartment this time. It was my motel room, my current motel room. The cheap floral bedspread, the flickering lamp, the half-eaten bag of chips on the bedside table. And there, placed carefully on the pillow I had been clutching just moments before, was a single, perfect red rose. Next to it, a small, neatly folded note. In my handwriting, I am already home. Jamie, and you are exactly where I want you to be. A soft click came from the direction of the motel room door. The sound of the lock disengaging. I did not scream. I could not. The fear was a physical weight, pressing down on me, crushing the air from my lungs. My body was rigid, frozen in terror. My eyes, wide and unblinking, stared at the door. The handle began to turn, slowly, silently. The horror had not truly begun before. It was beginning now, and I was no longer alone. I was exactly where she wanted me, trapped, consumed, within her collective. The world outside my windshield was a blur of dark green and deeper shadow, the tall pines pressing in like skeletal fingers. My foot was glued to the accelerator, but it felt less like I was driving and more like I was being pulled, a puppet on invisible strings. Every turn of the wheel was an illusion of control. Every desperate swerve just another move in Echo's twisted game. She was still behind me, a low-slung predator, her headlights cutting through the gloom like the eyes of a beast. My burner phone, clutched in my trembling hand, vibrated again. Another message. I did not even need to look to know who it was from or what it would say. It was always a taunt, a confirmation of her omniscience. Almost there, darling. Do not want to miss the grand finale. Her words were a poison seeping into my veins, mingling with the adrenaline and the sickening dread. She knew these woods, every rutted path, every hidden turn. She would said so, and the drone I could hear its faint, high-pitched whine above the roar of my engine, a buzzing fly circling its trapped prey. It was her eye in the sky, relaying my every frantic movement, making escape impossible. My breath hitched, a ragged sob catching in my throat. Lily, always Lily. Her name was a brand on my soul, a constant, searing pain. This whole nightmare, this terrifying hunt, all started with her. I remember the day it happened with a clarity that still makes my stomach clench. The sun had been too bright, the air too warm for late autumn. Lily, all laughter and freckles, had dared me to race her down the winding path behind our house. She was only 10, but full of the boundless energy that I, at 16, sometimes envied, sometimes found exhausting. I would have been driving my dad's old pickup, just learning, feeling invincible. She would dart it out, a flash of bright yellow raincoat, chasing a runaway ball. I would slam on the brakes, hard, but it was too late. The sickening thud, the screech of tires, the silence that followed it was a moment frozen in time, replaying my mind countless times a day, every single day, for years. They said it was not my fault. They said she should not have run out. They said it was an accident. But I knew it was me. My carelessness, my inexperience, my inability to react fast enough. I killed my sister, and that guilt, that crushing, suffocating weight, became my closest companion. After Lily, the world went gray. My parents, consumed by their own grief, became distant, shadowy figures. My friends, unsure how to interact with a girl who'd accidentally killed her sibling, slowly drifted away. I became a ghost in my own life, haunted by Lily's absence, by the echo of her laughter that only I could hear. I tried therapy, but the words fell hollow, the exercises pointless. How could anyone understand? How could anyone fix a broken soul? One desolate night, scrolling through the endless void of the internet, I stumbled upon echoes of solitude. It was a Discord server advertised as a safe haven for those grappling with profound, isolating grief. The description promised understanding, a community of people who truly got it, desperate, aching for any kind of connection that did not feel like pity or judgment. I clicked the link. The server was exactly what I would have been craving. The initial channels were filled with anonymous posts, raw and honest confessions of loss, pain, and impossible weight of grief. It was like stepping into a room full of people who spoke my language, a language of sorrow I thought only I understood. There were channels for sharing memories, for venting anger, for just quietly existing in shared sadness. I started small, just reading, soaking in the collective despair that somehow felt comforting. Then, I started posting, tentatively at first, sharing snippets of my own story, carefully omitting the details of how Lily died. I just wrote about the emptiness, the guilt, the way the world felt muted. That is when Echo found me, or rather, she responded to me. She was a prolific poster, her messages always insightful, empathetic, and strangely profound. She seemed to understand the nuances of my pain, without me having to explain them. Her words were like a balm, soothing the raw edges of my soul. She talked about her own profound loss, a sister, too, though she never went into details. This shared experience forged an immediate, powerful bond. Soon, Echo and I were messaging privately. Her kindness was overwhelming, almost intoxicating. She would stay up late with me, listening to my rambling thoughts, offering gentle advice, making me feel seen and heard in a way no one had since Lily died. She encouraged me to open up, to share everything, assuring me that only through complete vulnerability could true healing begin. We are all just echoes of our past selves, she would type one night, lost in the solitude of our grief. But together, we can find our way back. It sounded beautiful, profound. It felt like she was pulling me from the abyss. But slowly, subtly, things began to shift. The echoes of Solitude server, under Echo's pervasive influence, started to feel less like a support group and more like something else. Echo was not the official admin, but she was the undeniable heart of the community. She would introduce new practices for processing grief-specific meditation techniques, journaling prompts that felt less like self-reflection and more like carefully guided confessions. She would encourage members to distance themselves from outsiders who could not possibly understand the depth of their journey. They mean well, she would type in a general chat, but their attempts to fix us only hinder our true path to acceptance. Only we truly understand the sacred bond of shared suffering. There was an unspoken hierarchy, with Echo at the top, her every word treated as gospel. If someone expressed doubt or suggested seeking professional therapy, Echo would gently but firmly redirect them, implying that their skepticism was a natural part of the grief process, a resistance to true healing. She would subtly gaslight them, making them feel like their discomfort was a problem, not the group's increasingly insular nature. I saw it happen to others, and when I once tentatively mentioned feeling a little overwhelmed by the intensity, she messaged me privately, her tone soft but firm. "It is okay to feel that way, darling. It means you are on the precipice of a breakthrough. Do not let fear pull you back from the light." Her words, so seemingly caring, had a way of making me feel guilty for even questioning. She knew things, too. Small, innocuous details I did not remember sharing. My favorite coffee mug, the one with the chipped rim. The way my cat. Mittens would knead my chest when I was sad. I chalked it up to my own forgetfulness, or maybe the sheer volume of information I would pour it out in my desperate search for connection. She was just incredibly observant. I told myself she was my best friend, my confidant, the only one who truly understood. She was my anchor in the storm. Now, that anchor was dragging me down into the depths. The car chase was a dizzying, terrifying dance. Echo was not just following, she was leading. Every time I thought I saw an opening, a chance to veer off the main trail, her sedan would subtly shift, blocking my path, forcing me deeper into the labyrinth of these woods. The trees were thicker here, the canopy almost entirely obscuring the sliver moon that had just begun to peek through. My headlights were barely cutting through the inky blackness, reflecting off the damp leaves that pressed against my windows. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the woods, broken only by the roar of my engine and the distant, persistent whine of the drone. My hands were slick with sweat, slipping on the steering wheel. I could feel the tremors running through my arms, my legs. My vision tunneled, the world narrowing to the patch of road ahead, and the terrifying glow of Echo's headlights in my rearview mirror. Another message. This one was not a taunt. It was a picture of my car, from above, the drone's perspective, highlighting the patch of muddy tire tracks I would just left. Underneath, a single word predictable. A guttural sob escaped me, mingling with a choked scream. She was not just watching, she was analyzing. She knew my patterns, my reactions. She was playing me like a fiddle, and I was dancing to her tune. The memory of the ceramic bird flashed through my mind, a brutal, horrifying confirmation of her true nature. It had been years after Lily's death, when the raw edges of grief had dulled into a constant ache. I would find a small, unfinished ceramic bird at a craft fair. I painted it a vibrant yellow, Lily's favorite color, and painstakingly added tiny freckles to its smooth surface. It was a private memorial, a tangible representation of the sister I would lost. I would bury it deep in the woods behind our old house, in a secluded clearing where Lily and I used to build forts. It was my secret, my sacred place, a quiet ritual of remembrance no one else knew about. No one, until the photo arrived. It was sent anonymously to my burner phone while I was still engrossed in the echoes of Solitude's server. A close-up shot of a yellow ceramic bird, half buried in the damp earth, a small, pale root curling around its beak. My heart had seized in my chest. It was not just a random bird. It was Lily's bird. My bird, the one I would buried. My stomach had plummeted. How? How could anyone know? Then, another message, this one from Echo's familiar username Beautiful Tribute. Darling, she would have loved it. The world tilted. The air left my lungs in a whoosh. It was not anonymous. It was her. Echo, my best friend, my confidant, the one who understood my grief. She had not just understood, she had invaded. She had unearthed my most sacred secret, physically entered my life, my private space, my grief. The realization hit me like a physical blow. All the little things, the details she knew, my coffee mug, my cat, the fake trip I would invented to test her, it was not empathy. It was surveillance. She was not just an online friend, she was watching me. She had been watching me. Panic, cold and sharp, had seized me. I would scramble to my feet, my apartment suddenly feeling like a glass cage. I had to get out. I had to run. I would grab my car keys, my purse, and fled into the night. And then I saw her, her dark sedan, idling on the street outside my building, waiting. As I fumbled with my car door, her headlights had flickered, a silent greeting, a chilling invitation to this terrifying game. I knew then that there was no escape. She was not just a stalker, she was a hunter, and I was her prey. The woods began to thin, the trees giving way to a more open, overgrown path. I recognized it. My blood ran cold. This was the old service road that led to the abandoned mill, a place Lily and I used to dare each other to explore, a place steeped in local legends of hauntings and forgotten tragedies. It was a dead end, a literal dead end. Echo had known exactly where she was driving me. My foot instinctively pressed hard on the gas, a futile surge of rebellion. The speedometer needle climbed, but the road was too narrow, too winding for true speed. The branches, heavy with damp leaves, scraped against my windows, sounding like claws. The drone's whine was louder now, closer. It was directly above me, a mechanical vulture. Another message, this one without a picture. Almost home, my dear. Do not you remember this place? Home. The word was a grotesque mockery. This was where my nightmare would end, or perhaps truly begin. I saw the mill ahead, a skeletal silhouette against the bruised purple of the pre-dawn sky. Its crumbling brick walls, its broken windows like vacant eyes, stared out at the overgrown clearing. The service road ended abruptly at a rusted, chain-link fence, long since breached by time and vandalism. Beyond it, the skeletal remains of the mill stood silent, ominous. I slammed on the brakes, my tires spitting gravel. The car skidded to a halt mere feet from the fence. I was trapped, surrounded by the dense woods, the only exit blocked by Echo's car. Her sedan pulled up slowly behind me, its headlights blinding me in my rear-view mirror. She cut the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, punctuated only by the dying tick of my own car's engine, the frantic thumping of my heart, and the chilling, persistent hum of the drone directly overhead. I gripped the steering wheel, so hard my knuckles turned white. My breath was coming in ragged gasps. I could not move, could not think. This was it, the end of the chase, the end of my freedom. Then her door opened. A figure emerged from the driver's side, silhouetted against the faint glow of the rising sun. It was a woman, average height, dressed in dark clothing. She moved with a deliberate, unhurried grace, as if she were simply stepping out for a morning stroll. Her face was obscured by shadow, but I knew it was her. Echo, my online best friend, my stalker, my captor. She walked towards my car, her footsteps crunching softly on the gravel. I watched her in my side mirror, a terrifying, slow-motion approach. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to lock the doors, to put the car in reverse, to do something. But I was frozen, paralyzed by a fear so profound it had turned me to stone. She reached my driver's side window. Her face was still in shadow, but I could feel her gaze, cold and analytical, boring into me. She tapped lightly on the glass, a soft, polite tap that sent shivers down my spine. My burner phone vibrated one last time in my hand. I stared at the screen, my eyes blurring with tears. It was a picture, a selfie. Echo, standing right outside my car, her face illuminated by the phone's flash. Her eyes, dark and unblinking, stared out at me from the screen. And behind her, reflected faintly in the glass of my window, was my own terrified face, a ghostly image of despair. Below the photo, a single, final message. Not a question, not a command, just a statement, delivered with the chilling finality of a death sentence. Welcome home. Lily. My breath hitched. Lily. She called me Lily. Not my name. Not my actual name. The world spun. The woods, the mill, the drone. Echo's face in the photo. It all coalesced into a single, horrifying truth. The Echoes of Solitude was not just a support group. It was a mirror, a trap. She was not just an empathetic listener. She was a reflection, a twisted distortion. She did not just understand my grief, she became it. She became me, or rather, she became the Lily I carried, the Lily I had killed. My hand, numb and unresponsive, fumbled with the door handle. It clicked, unlocking. I do not know if I did it myself, or if she had somehow, impossibly, unlocked it remotely. The door creaked open. Echo smiled, a slow, gentle smile that did not reach her eyes. Her real eyes, now visible in the growing light, were an unsettling shade of hazel, utterly devoid of warmth. "It is okay," she whispered, her voice soft, almost soothing, the same voice that had comforted me through countless sleepless nights on Discord. "You are safe now. We are together, just like we are supposed to be." She reached out her hand, her fingers slender and pale, and gently touched my cheek. Her touch was cold, like the ceramic bird buried in the earth. The air around her smelled faintly of damp soil, and something else, something metallic, like old blood. Do not you remember, darling, she murmured, her thumb stroking my skin. We talked about this, about how true healing means letting go of the old self, becoming new, becoming one. My mind raced, reeling from the implications. The cult, the insidious programming, the slow erosion of my identity. She had not just groomed me for capture, she had groomed me for transformation. She had wanted to become Lily, and she wanted me to become what? Her sister, her sacrifice. The drone above still hummed, a silent witness to my undoing. The woods, once a place of childhood adventure, now loomed as a tomb. The mill, a forgotten relic, now loomed as a monument to my impending erasure. I felt a strange sense of detachment, as if I were watching this unfold from a great distance. My body trembled, but my mind was eerily still, processing the full, horrifying scope of Echo's obsession. She did not just want to hurt me, she wanted to consume me, to absorb my grief, my guilt, my very identity, and reshape it into her own twisted fantasy. And the Echoes of Solitude server, the haven I would sought, was nothing more than a meticulously crafted stage, a psychological pressure cooker designed to break down the vulnerable, to mold them into whatever grotesque form Echo desired. Her grip on my arm tightened, not painfully, but with undeniable possessiveness. She was not pulling me out of the car yet, but the implication was clear. I was hers, her prey, her sister, her Lily. My eyes, wide with terror, darted past her, towards a dilapidated mill. Its dark windows seemed to beckon, promising an oblivion far deeper than mere death. I wondered if others had been led here, other vulnerable souls, lost in their own solitude, drawn in by the siren's song of shared grief, only to find themselves trapped in Echo's terrifying web. Were their echoes still lingering within those decaying walls? A single tear tracked a path down my face, not for myself, but for the girl I once was, the girl who had buried a yellow ceramic bird in the woods, hoping to find some semblance of peace. That girl was gone, and the woman she had become was about to be erased. Echo's smile widened, a predatory gleam in her hazel eyes. "Come on, Lily," she said, her voice a soft, chilling caress. "Let us go home." And in the depths of my despair, I knew with a horrifying certainty that I had no choice but to follow, into the darkness, into her twisted embrace, into the horrifying echo of my own undoing. The cold, damp air of the abandoned mill bit my exposed skin, but it was the icy dread in my stomach that truly chilled me to the bone. Echo stood before me, her silhouette framed by a gaping hole in the corrugated iron wall, moonlight casting her face in stark, terrifying relief. Her smile, wide and unblinking, was a predator's grin, the kind that promised suffering, not solace. My mind, usually a chaotic mess of guilt and self-recrimination, had gone utterly blank, replaced by a primal scream trapped in my throat. Just weeks ago, her name had been silent echoes, a comforting presence in the darkest corners of my online world. Now, she was simply Echo, a tangible nightmare, her eyes glinting with an unnerving intensity that spoke an obsession far deeper than I could have ever imagined. It felt like a lifetime ago, though it had only been 10 years since the day my world shattered. I was 16, full of that arrogant, invincible certainty only a teenager possesses, and Lily, my younger sister, was 8, a whirlwind of sunshine and boundless energy. We were playing near the old quarry, a place our parents had strictly forbidden, but a place that, to my teenage mind, held an irresistible allure. One moment, we were laughing, chasing each other to the tall grass, and the next one wrong step, a slippery patch of loose shale, and Lily was gone. The splash echoed in my ears for months, years. I remember screaming, scrambling, but by the time I reached the edge, she was just a ripple on the murky water. My fault. All my fault. Teenage arrogance, a moment of carelessness, had stolen her from me. The guilt was a physical weight, a constant companion that never truly left my side. It gnawed at me, whispered in the quiet hours, tainted every joy, magnified every sorrow. I tried therapy, support groups, anything to find a sliver of peace, but nothing worked. The world felt dull, muted, a constant reminder of the vibrant light I had extinguished. Then, I found the online support group. It was a small, niche forum for people struggling with accidental loss, a place where anonymity offered a strange kind of comfort. And there was Silent Echoes. Her posts resonated with me in a way no one else's ever had. She spoke of the crushing weight of responsibility, the phantom touches, the endless what-ifs. She understood the specific, suffocating brand of guilt that came from being the cause, however unintentional, of a loved one's death. We started messaging privately, our conversation stretching into the early hours of the morning. She seemed to know exactly what to say, how to soothe the raw edges of my pain, how to make me feel less alone in my personal hell. She became my confidant, my online best friend, a digital anchor in a sea of despair. I told her everything about Lily's infectious laugh, her obsession with collecting smooth, colorful stones, her secret hiding place behind the old oak tree in our backyard, where she would bury her most prized possession, a ceramic bird she would paint it in art class, a clumsy, lopsided robin with a chipped wing. It was a detail so intimate, so deeply personal, that I would never share it with anyone else. Not my parents, not my closest friends. It was a secret shrine, a testament to a life cut short, a burden only I carried. Then came the photo. It popped up in my inbox one Tuesday morning, casually tucked into an otherwise innocuous message about finding strength. It was a picture of a small, lopsided ceramic robin, resting on a patch of damp earth, partially unearthed beneath the gnarled roots of an old oak tree. My breath caught in my throat. My blood ran cold. It was Lily's bird. The bird, the one I had buried with my own hands after her funeral. A silent farewell, a promise to never forget. How? How could Silent Echoes possibly have that photo? My fingers trembled as I typed out a frantic reply, demanding to know where she got it, who she was. The response was immediate, chillingly calm. I told you. I understand your pain. I understand everything. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. This was not comfort. This was surveillance. This was not empathy. This was obsession. Silent Echoes was not just an online friend. She was watching me. She knew where I lived. She knew my secrets. My stomach churned with a sickening blend of fear and betrayal. I deleted my account, blocked her, tried to erase every trace of our digital connection, but it was like trying to unring a bell. The dread was already there, a seed planted deep within me, now blossoming into a full-blown nightmare. I fled. I packed a bag, grabbed my car keys, and drove. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. But she was relentless. A few days later, a drone, small and black, buzzed ominously outside the window of the cheap motel I would hold up in, its single red eye blinking, watching. I saw it again outside a gas station, hovering above my car. She was tracking me. She was playing a game, and I was the terrified mouse. My flight was a desperate, illogical scramble across state lines, a futile attempt to outrun an unseen pursuer. I ended up here, at this abandoned mill, a place I remember from a childhood road trip, tucked away off a forgotten highway. It was dilapidated, isolated, the perfect place to hide, or so I thought. But she found me. She always found me. The drone led her here, of course. It was waiting for me, hovering in the twilight, as I pulled up, a silent, mechanical harbinger of doom. And now she stood before me. Echo, her predatory smile unwavering. "You look tired," she said, her voice surprisingly soft, almost melodic, a stark contrast to the chilling glint in her eyes. "Running takes a lot out of you, does not it?" I tried to speak, but my tongue felt thick, my throat constricted. The air in the mill was heavy with the scent of damp wood, rust, and something else, something metallic and stale, like old blood. The wind whistled through broken panes. creating a symphony of groans and creaks that sounded like the building itself was dying. I know you are scared, she continued, taking a slow step forward, her eyes never leaving mine. But you do not need to be. Not anymore. We are finally together, just like I always wanted. My mind raced, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. The mill was a maze of rusted machinery, decaying beams and shadowy corners. Maybe I could lose her in the darkness, find a way out. But her gaze was unwavering, as if she could read my every thought. You are wondering how I found you. Are not you? She asked, a hint of amusement in her tone. It was not hard. You are predictable. Always running, always hiding. Just like you hid from your guilt for so long. My guilt, the word hung in the air, a venomous accusation. The ceramic bird. I finally managed to croak, the words raw in my throat. How did you know about it? Her smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed just a shade too sharp in the dim light. Oh, I knew everything about Lily. More than you ever did. I suspect. She took another step, closing the distance between us. You think you were the only one who loved her, the only one who mourned her. A new wave of fear washed over me, colder than before. This was not just a stalker, this was something far more personal, far more terrifying. Who are you? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Echoes stopped, just a few feet away, close enough for me to see the intricate patterns of her dark, almost black eyes. My name is Echo, she repeated, as if I had not heard her the first time. And I was Lily's best friend. Her real best friend. The words hit me like a physical blow. Lily's best friend. I remembered all of Lily's friends, the bubbly, energetic girls from school, the quiet neighbor, the boisterous cousin. None of them had been named Echo. None of them had looked like this. This woman was older, perhaps in her late 20s, her face sharp and angular, her dark hair pulled back in a severe ponytail. There was no recognition, no flicker of memory, only a deepening sense of dread. No, I stammered, shaking my head. I knew all of Lily's friends. You were not one of them. Echo let out a soft, mirthless laugh. Of course you did not know me. You barely knew Lily, did you? Too wrapped up in your own life, your own teenage dramas. You did not see her, not really. You just tolerated her. Her voice hardened, losing its melodic quality, replaced by a cutting edge. I saw her. I saw how special she was. How bright, how full of life. And I saw how you took it all away. It was an accident. I cried, the old defense rising automatically, though it felt hollow even to me. An accident, she scoffed, her eyes narrowing. Or carelessness. Recklessness. You were supposed to be watching her. You were the older sister, her protector. And you failed. She stepped closer still, and I instinctively recoiled, bumping against a rusted metal pillar. You played near the quarry, a place you knew was dangerous. You let her wander. You let her fall. And then you buried her bird, a pathetic attempt to assuage your guilt, to pretend you cared. Her words were like daggers, each one twisting in the old wound. She was not just reciting facts, she was painting a picture, a narrative where I was a villain, the careless older sister who had murdered her innocent sibling. But how could she know all of this? How could she know the details of that day, the guilt that had haunted me for so long? I was there that day, she said, as if reading my mind, not at the quarry itself, but close enough to see her, close enough to hear your screams, close enough to know what you had done. My breath hitched. You were watching. I was always watching. Lily, Echo corrected, her voice taking on a possessive, almost reverent tone. She was my world, my inspiration, my everything. She reached out a hand, her fingers long and slender, and traced the air in front of my face, stopping just short of touching me. You never understood her, did you? You never saw the magic in her the way I did. A chilling realization began to dawn on me. This was not just Lily's friend. This was something else entirely. This was a deep, unhinged devotion, twisted into something monstrous by grief and resentment. I was not just in a support group to understand your pain. Echo continued, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I was there for you. I found you. I sought you out. After Lily died, I made it my mission to know everything about you, the person who stole her from me. My blood ran cold. The online support group, the shared grief, the comforting words, all of it had been a lie, a carefully constructed trap. She had not been a fellow sufferer, she had been a hunter, and I, her prey. She had used my vulnerability, my guilt, to worm her way into my life, to gain my trust, to extract my darkest secrets. I found your old social media posts, your online presence, she explained, her eyes gleaming. I found mentions of Lily, mentions of the accident. It was not hard to piece together who you were. And when I found you in that support group, pouring out your heart, confessing your guilt, I knew it was time. You stalked me. I whispered, the words tasting like ash. I observed you. She corrected, a flicker of something unsettlingly like pride in her gaze. I needed to know everything. Your routines, your habits, your fears. I needed to understand what made you tick, what made you break. She took another step, forcing me to retreat further until my back was pressed against the cold, rough concrete of the pillar. And when you told me about the ceramic bird, your little secret, that was the key, was not it, the proof. The undeniable truth that you were the one who had taken her from me. The image of the photo, the lopsided robin, flashed in my mind. The horror of that moment, of realizing I was being watched, had been immense. But now, the context made it infinitely worse. This was not a random act of voyeurism. This was a calculated, years-long campaign of psychological terror, culminating in this terrifying confrontation. What do you want? I choked out, my voice trembling. Echo tilted her head, her predatory smile softening into something almost mournful, but no less terrifying. I want you to feel what I felt, what Lily felt. The fear, the helplessness, the realization that your life is about to end and there is nothing you can do about it. My eyes darted around the mill, desperate. The light was fading fast, the moon now the primary source, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to twist and writhe. The old machinery, rusted and silent, loomed like skeletal giants. I saw a narrow gap in the wall behind her, a possible exit, but she was blocking it. To my right, a rickety wooden staircase led to a collapsed upper floor. To my left, more dark, unknown depths. You were going to kill me. The question was out before I could stop it, a desperate plea for clarification, though I already knew the answer. Echo's smile returned, cold and unwavering. Not yet. First, we play. She reached behind her back, and my heart leaped into my throat. She pulled out a small, glinting object. It was not a knife or a gun. It was a small, handheld drone controller. You like games, do not you? She purred, her thumb hovering over a button. You love playing games with Lily. Now, you get to play one with me. A low whirring sound started somewhere above us. I looked up to see the drone, the same one that had stalked me for days, now hovering ominously in the center of the mill, its single red eye fixed on me. It was not just a tracker, it was part of her game. This mill, she said, sweeping her hand around the cavernous space. It is perfect, is not it? So many places to hide, so many places to fall. Her gaze lingered on the collapsed staircase, then on the treacherous gaps in the floor. Just like Lily, my blood ran cold. She was going to recreate the accident. She was going to make me fall, make me feel the terror Lily must have felt. Run, she commanded, her voice suddenly sharp, devoid of any warmth. Run, and I will give you a head start. My instinct screamed at me to flee, to find any way out of this nightmare. I pushed myself off the pillar, my legs shaky, and bolted towards the nearest shadow, a dark alcove behind a massive, silent grinding machine. The drone immediately shifted, following my movement, its whirring growing louder. "Oh, you're a good runner," Echo called out, her voice echoing through the mill. "But can you hide?" I squeezed into cramped space, trying to control my ragged breathing. The air was thick with dust and the smell of decay. I could hear Echo's footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving through the mill. The drone, however, was silent now, hovering just outside my hiding spot, its red eye malevolent beacon in the gloom. It was not just watching me, it was her eyes, her unblinking gaze, magnified and projected. I heard the distinct sound of stones skittering across the concrete floor, then another. Echo was throwing things, trying to flush me out. My heart hammered against my ribs. I had to move. I could not stay here. I waited for a moment of silence from Echo, then burst out of the alcove, scrambling toward a stack of old wooden crates. The drone zipped after me, a relentless mechanical predator. I could hear Echo's laughter now, a low, guttural sound that grated on my nerves. "Faster," she taunted. "Lily was faster than you, even when she was so small." Her words fueled a desperate surge of adrenaline. I clambered over crates, my hands tearing on splintered wood, and dropped to the other side, landing awkwardly on a pile of rusted metal scraps. The drone, however, was too agile. It swooped down, forcing me to duck, its rotors kicking up dust and debris. I could see a narrow opening in the far wall, a gap where a loading dock must have once been. It was boarded up, but some of the planks were loose, rotting. If I could just get there, if I could just push through, I ran, my lungs burning, the drone a constant shadow above me. Echo was closer now, her heavy footsteps echoing behind me. I risked a glance over my shoulder. She was holding something in her hand, something metallic that glinted in the moonlight. A pipe, a wrench. I did not wait to find out. I reached the boarded-up opening, throwing my shoulder against a rotting wood. It groaned, but did not give. I hit again, then again, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. Splinters dug into my skin, but I barely felt them. "You are trapped." Echo's voice was triumphant, right behind me. Just like Lily was trapped. I turned, my back pressed against the yielding wood. Echo stood there, holding a heavy, rusted iron bar, a grim smile on her face. The drone hovered silently between us, its red eye glowing. "You are going to pay," she said, her voice a low growl. "For everything." She lunged, swinging the iron bar in a wide arc. I ducked, feeling the whoosh of air as it narrowly missed my head, slamming into the wooden planks behind me with a sickening crack. One of the planks splintered, a jagged hole appearing. This was it. This was my chance. As she brought the bar back for another swing, I surged forward, not at her, but past her, aiming for a dark, narrow corridor I had not noticed before, hidden behind a stack of old barrels. It was a desperate gamble, but I had no other choice. Echo roared in frustration, spinning around, the iron bar clanging against the concrete floor. The drone, momentarily confused, veered off course, giving me a precious few seconds. I plunged into the darkness of the corridor, my hands outstretched, blindly feeling my way. The air here was even colder, thick with the smell of mold and stagnant water. My foot splashed into something wet, and I stumbled, almost falling. I kept going, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I could hear Echo's footsteps again, closer this time, and the relentless whirring of the drone. She was not just following, she was hunting. The corridor opened into a vast, cavernous space, even darker than the mill's main floor. I could vaguely make out the shapes of enormous, rusted vats and pipes, stretching up into the unseen ceiling. It felt like walking into the belly of a forgotten beast. "You can't hide from me," Echo's voice echoed, distorted and amplified by the space. "I know this place. I have been here before. I scouted it out just for you. My blood ran cold." She had planned this. Every detail, every hiding spot, every potential trap. This was not just a spontaneous chase, it was a meticulously orchestrated hunt. I saw a faint glimmer of light far ahead, a tiny pinprick of hope, an exit, another opening. I pushed myself harder, stumbling over unseen obstacles, my hands scraping against rough metal. Suddenly, the drone zipped past me, startlingly close, its red eye flashing. It was not just tracking, it was guiding Echo, showing her exactly where I was. I had to disable it. But how? I spotted a loose chain hanging from a low slung pipe above me. It was thick, heavy, and rusted. If I could just grab it, swing it as the drone circled back. I leaped, my fingers closing around the cold, gritty metal of the chain. With all my strength, I swung it, aiming for the buzzing menace. The chain sliced through the air with a whistling sound, catching one of the drone's rotors with a sickening crunch. The drone sputtered, spun wildly, and then plummeted to the concrete floor with a final, pathetic clatter. The red eye went dark. Silence. A blessed, terrifying silence. No. Echo's enraged scream ripped through the darkness. You broke it. You broke my eyes. The temporary victory was exhilarating, but short-lived. Now she was truly blind, but also truly furious. I could hear her crashing through the darkness, her footsteps heavy and desperate. I am going to find you, she roared, her voice laced with a terrifying blend of grief and vengeance. And when I do, you will wish you had never been born. I ran again, fueled by the fresh surge of terror. The faint light was closer now. I could make out the outlines of an open doorway, leading outside. Freedom. So close. But then my foot caught on something unseen and I pitched forward, falling hard onto my hands and knees. A sharp pain shot through my ankle. I must have twisted it. Got you. Echo's voice, triumphant and chilling, sounded right behind me. I scrambled to my feet, gritting my teeth against the pain, and hobbled towards the doorway. I could feel her presence, a cold breath on my neck. I did not dare look back. I burst out of the mill, gasping for air into the cold, moonlit night. The air was fresh, clean, a stark contrast to the stale, metallic smell inside. I did not stop, did not look back. I just ran, limping, stumbling, my injured ankle screaming in protest. I could hear Echo's ragged breathing behind me, her footsteps pounding on the gravel. She was still pursuing me, even without the drone. Her rage was a tangible force, pushing her forward. I reached my car, parked haphazardly beneath a cluster of dying trees. My hands fumbled with the keys, shaking so violently I almost dropped them. I jammed the key into the ignition, twisted it. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. I threw the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel, and sped away from a mill, leaving the decaying structure and the screaming Echo behind me. I did not know if she was still chasing me, if she had given up, if she was even alive. I just drove, adrenaline coursing through my veins, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I drove for hours until the sun began to paint the horizon with hues of orange and pink. I finally pulled over at a roadside diner, my body aching, my mind a jumbled mess of fear and disbelief. I ordered coffee, my hands still trembling as I brought the cup to my lips. It has been months since that night. I never went back to the mill. I never contacted the police. Who would believe me? An online stalker, an abandoned mill, a drone, a woman who claimed to be Lily's best friend, driven by a decade-long obsession. They would think I was crazy, that the guilt had finally broken me. I changed my name, moved to a different state, cut off all ties to my old life. I live in a constant state of hypervigilance, every shadow a potential threat, every strange sound a possible harbinger of her return. I check my surroundings obsessively, scan the skies for the telltale buzz of a drone. The ceramic bird, the one that started all, remains a haunting image in my mind, a symbol of her insidious knowledge. I still wonder about Echo. Did she survive? Is she still out there, nursing her rage, plotting her next move? Or did she simply vanish? A phantom of my guilt, a manifestation of the silent echoes of my past. I do not know, and that is the worst part. The uncertainty is a torment, a constant reminder that I might never truly be free. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows stretch long and menacing, I hear it, a faint, almost imperceptible whirring sound, just outside my window, and I wonder if she has finally found me again, if the game is about to begin anew. The thought sends a shiver down my spine, a cold, undeniable truth to horror that night. The terror of Echo is not over. It is just waiting, always waiting. And it is a horror that will forever be a part of me, a silent echo in the darkest corners of my mind. The car door clicked open, a sound that sliced through the ringing in my ears, louder than the drone's distant hum, louder than my own frantic heartbeat. It was an invitation, a command, and a death knell all at once. The air that rushed in was not fresh, but heavy with the scent of damp earth, decaying wood, and the coppery tang of something metallic. I knew I had no choice. Echo was waiting. She always was. My legs felt like lead as I pushed the door open wider, the groan of the old hinge echoing the protest of my own weary bones. Stepping out, my boots crunched on gravel, a sound swallowed by the vast, oppressive silence of the abandoned mill. The building loomed before me, a skeletal hulk against the bruised twilight sky, its broken windows like vacant eyes staring out into the void. This was not just a dead, and it was a tomb. Echo stood by her car, a silhouette against the last gasp of daylight, unnervingly calm. Her smile, even from this distance, felt like a physical blow, a predatory baring of teeth. "Welcome home. Lily," she would texted. The words, still burning on my burner phone screen, twisted in my gut. She called me Lily, not my name. She wanted to consume my identity, to become the sister I lost, and for me, to become her twisted fantasy. "Come on." Lily. Her voice drifted across the gravel, soft but clear, carrying an unsettling lilt. "Do not be shy. We have so much to catch up on." My breath hitched. The air was cold, biting, but a tremor of pure terror ran through me, hotter than any fever. I glanced back at my car, a useless metal shell now. Echo's vehicle parked expertly to block any retreat. There was no escape, only forward, into the maw of the mill, into whatever nightmare Echo had meticulously crafted for me. My mind, frayed and exhausted from the relentless chase, began to unravel, pulling me back to beginning, to the moment everything shattered. It was a sweltering summer day, the kind where the asphalt shimmered and the air hung thick and humid. Lily, my younger sister, was 10, a whirlwind of freckles and boundless energy. I was 16, just got my driver's license, feeling the first heady taste of freedom. We had been arguing a stupid, childish squabble about whose turret was to pick the music in Dad's old pickup truck. I remember the exact song playing when she jumped out, a poppy tune that now serves as a constant, agonizing loop in the darkest corners of my memory. She would have been mad, her face flushed, her pigtails bouncing as she stomped away from the truck, headed for the house. I was still fuming, my hand gripping the steering wheel, my foot hovering over the accelerator. I wanted to teach her a lesson, just a little scare, a quick lurch forward to make her think I was going to leave her. It was a stupid, impulsive thought, born of teenage arrogance and a momentary lapse of judgment. I pressed the gas. Not hard, just a tap. The truck lurched, and she was there. 1 second. She was a few feet ahead, her back to me. The next, a sickening thud vibrated through the truck's frame, a sound that would forever haunt my waking and sleeping hours. The world tilted. The poppy music seemed to scream. I slammed on the brakes, my heart leaping into my throat. The truck screeched to a halt, dust billowing around it. I remember the silence that followed, broken only by the frantic thumping in my chest. Then, I saw her, lying on the gravel driveway, motionless. Her brightly colored t-shirt, the one with a cartoon cat, seemed impossibly vivid against the dull gray stones. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of shock. "Lily!" I screamed, my voice cracking, barely recognizable. I flung open the door, stumbled out, my legs weak and trembling. "Lily, get up!" Stop joking. But she did not move. Her eyes were open, staring blankly at the sky. A thin trickle of blood snaked from beneath her head, staining the golden strands of her hair. The screams that tore from my throat were primal, raw, born of a horror so profound it threatened to rip me apart. My parents, drawn by the commotion, burst out of the house, their faces contorted in confusion, then dawning terror. My dad was on the phone, his voice a frantic mumble. My mom was on her knees beside Lily, her hands shaking as she tried to stem the flow of blood, tears streaming down her face. The sirens came, a wailing crescendo that marked the end of my innocence. Paramedics, flashing lights, hushed voices, the terrifying efficiency of people who dealt with tragedy every day. They loaded her onto a stretcher, her small body looking impossibly fragile. I just stood there, rooted to the spot, watching as they carried her away. The image of her vacant eyes burned into my retina. At the hospital, the waiting room felt like a freezer, cold and sterile, filled with oppressive silence. Hours bled into each other. My parents, usually so strong, were reduced to hollow shells. My mom kept looking at me, her eyes filled with a pain so deep it felt like a physical accusation, even though she never said a word. My dad just stared at the wall, his hands clasped so tightly his knuckles were white. The doctor's words, when they finally came, were a blur. Brain injury, coma, bleeding, swelling, hope then no hope. Lily died 3 days later. Everyone called it an accident. The police, the doctors, our relatives. They all said I could not have known that it was a freak occurrence, a tragic mistake. But I knew I was responsible. The crushing guilt became my constant companion, a heavy cloak I wore everywhere. It poisoned my sleep, haunted my waking hours, and choked every breath I took. The funeral was a blur of black clothes, watery eyes, and platitudes. I felt like an imposter, a murderer in disguise. I could not cry, not real tears anyway. My grief was a silent, internal scream, a constant gnawing at my soul. My parents tried to be there for me, but their own grief was too immense, too all-consuming. We became 3 separate islands, adrift in a sea of sorrow, unable to reach each other. In the weeks and months that followed, I withdrew completely. School became unbearable. Friends felt like strangers, their laughter grating on my raw nerves. I spent most of my time in my room, staring at the ceiling, replaying that terrible moment over and over again. The thud, the silence, the blood. One day, driven by an unbearable need to connect with Lily, to apologize, to somehow make amends, I snuck into her old room. It was exactly as she would left it, a vibrant explosion of pink and purple, stuffed animals piled high, drawings taped to the walls. My eyes fell on a small yellow ceramic bird on her dresser, a silly little trinket she would won at carnival. It had been her favorite. I took it, wrapped it carefully in a piece of her favorite scarf, and buried it in the farthest corner of our backyard, beneath the old oak tree where we used to play. It was my secret memorial, a private ritual, a desperate attempt to keep her memory alive, untainted by my guilt. No one knew about it. No one. Lost and utterly isolated in my grief. I stumbled upon echoes of solitude. It was an online support group, buried deep in the labyrinthine corners of the internet, a forum for those grappling with loss, particularly the loss of a sibling. The name itself resonated with my hollow existence. Echoes of solitude. Yes, that was exactly what my life had become. I lurked for weeks, reading the heartbreaking posts, the shared stories of pain and resilience. I felt a strange sense of comfort, a fleeting moment of not being entirely alone. Eventually, hesitantly, I created an anonymous account and posted my own story, stripped of identifying details, raw with the anguish of losing Lily. That is when Echo found me. Her username was Silent Echoes. Her posts were prolific, always insightful, always empathetic. She seemed to understand my pain like no one else. When I shared my story, she was the first to respond. Her words a balm to my wounded soul. "I know that feeling," she wrote. "The crushing weight of what-ifs, the phantom limb pain of a missing piece of your heart. You are not alone." Her words were not just comforting, they were precise, as if she could peer directly into the darkest corners of my mind. She spoke of the specific kind of guilt that came with accidental loss, the way it twisted into a permanent knot in your stomach. She spoke of the way colors seemed duller, sound seemed muted after such a profound shock. She drew me in, encouraging vulnerability, telling me that only by sharing could I begin to heal. We started messaging privately. At first, it was innocuous, just sharing stories of our lost loved ones, commiserating over the loneliness. She told me she would lost a younger sister too, though she never elaborated on the details, saying it was too painful. This shared tragedy forged an instant, powerful bond. She seemed to understand every nuance of my grief, every unspoken fear. Her words made me feel seen, truly seen, for the first time since Lily died. Slowly, subtly, her influence grew. She became my confidant, my anchor in a world that felt like it was constantly shifting beneath my feet. I poured out my heart to her, sharing everything, my deepest regrets, my nightmares, the mundane details of my isolated life. I told her about my parents' distant grief, my struggles at school, my inability to move on. Then small, unsettling details began to surface. One day, I mentioned how much I missed the simple things, like the smell of my mom's AP bow pie. Echo messaged back, "Oh, your mom's AP bow pie. I bet it smells just like the one that used to waft from the old bakery down the street from where you grew up. Does not it? The one with the chipped blue paint on the door." My blood ran cold. I had mentioned my childhood home. Yes, but never the bakery, never the chipped blue paint. I dismissed it, telling myself I must have mentioned it in passing. Or perhaps she was just incredibly perceptive, making an educated guess. Desperation for connection trumped the creeping unease. Another time, I complained about my dad's long work hours, how he was always traveling for his job. Echo replied, "Yes, it must be hard with him always on the road, especially with his territory covering the entire tri-state area. Always rushing between those corporate offices in the city and those smaller branches upstate." I froze. I had never, ever mentioned his specific work territory or the types of branches he visited. That was incredibly specific. Something only someone who knew my family personally would know. A shiver ran down my spine. I typed a hesitant question. "How did you know that?" Her reply came almost instantly, cheerful and dismissive. "Oh, just a lucky guess. Darling, I am good with details, you know? I pick up on things. You probably mentioned it in passing, or maybe I saw it on your profile somewhere." My profile. My anonymous profile, with a fake name and no personal information. I checked again, scouring every line. Nothing. I felt a knot of fear begin to tighten in my stomach, but I pushed it down. Echo was my only friend, my only solace. I could not lose her. I would not lose her. I told myself I was being paranoid, that grief was making me see things that were not there. The incidents continued. She knew the name of my high school, the breed of my childhood dog, the exact shade of blue I would paint in my bedroom walls when I was 12. Each time, I found a way to rationalize it, to dismiss the growing dread. She was just a good listener. I told myself, a sensitive soul, my lifeline. The truth shattered me on a Tuesday afternoon. I was sitting at my kitchen table, nursing a cup of tea, staring blankly at the wall. My phone buzzed. It was a message from Echo. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I opened it. It was not a text, it was a photo. A close-up shot of something small, yellow, and ceramic, nestled amongst a tangle of roots and dark earth. The yellow ceramic bird, the one I would secretly buried for Lily, a private memorial no one knew about. My breath caught in my throat. My hand began to shake so violently I almost dropped the phone. The accompanying message was short, but it sliced through me like a razor-beautiful tribute. Darling. She would have loved it. It was not empathy. It was surveillance. It was invasion. She had invaded my sacred space, my life, not just online, but physically. She had been to my backyard. She had dug up Lily's bird. She had seen me. Panic seized me, cold and absolute. Every rationalization shattered. Every dismissed detail coalesced into a terrifying, undeniable truth. Echo was not just an online friend. She was real, and she was close. Frighteningly close. My mind screamed, "Run." I scrambled to my feet, my teacup crashing to the floor, forgotten. My apartment suddenly felt like a cage, every shadow a potential hiding place for her. I grabbed my car keys, my wallet, a small bag, stuffing a few essentials inside. My hands trembled, my vision blurred with adrenaline-fueled tears. I had to get out. Now, I burst out of my apartment building, my heart hammering against my ribs, convinced I would see her lurking in the shadows. The street was empty, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming, suffocating. I jumped into my car, fumbling with the keys, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I drove, blindly at first, then with a desperate plan get as far away as possible. Change my name, my phone, my life. Vanish. But she was already there. As I pulled away from my apartment complex, I saw her car, a dark sedan, parked casually 2 blocks down. It pulled out, slowly, deliberately, falling in behind me. My blood ran cold. She had not just been watching my apartment, she had been waiting. The chase began then, a terrifying, relentless hunt that stretched for hours, bleeding into days. I drove, and she followed. I tried back roads, highways, small towns, anything to lose her. But she was always there, a persistent shadow in my rearview mirror. Her drone, a constant, buzzing reminder of her omnipresence, appeared overhead, a mechanical predator in the sky. My burner phone, the one I would bought for online anonymity, vibrated constantly. Her messages were taunts, confirmations that she saw my every frantic move, enjoyed my terror. Trying the scenic route, darling. I loved this stretch of highway. Very peaceful. Or when I pulled into a gas station. Do not forget to fill up. Lily, we have a long way to go. She called me Lily. Always Lily. It was not just a mistake, it was an insidious act of erasure, an attempt to strip me of my own identity and graft another onto me. She wanted to replace Lily, to become my sister, and for me to become her twisted plaything. The isolation of the chase was absolute. I could not call anyone. I could not risk leading her to my family or any remaining friends. I was alone, a hunted animal, driven to the edge of sanity by fear and exhaustion. Sleep was impossible, a luxury I could not afford. Every shadow held a threat, every sound a warning. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she led me here to this abandoned mill, a dead end. My car was trapped. Her car blocked my escape. And now, I was walking toward her, towards a gaping maw of the mill, towards the unknown horrors that awaited me inside. The smell of decay grew stronger as I approached the entrance, a mix of mold, rust, and something else, something vaguely organic and sickening. Echo's smile widened, her eyes, though shadowed, seemed to gleam with a disturbing intensity. That is a good girl. Lily, she purred, her voice echoing unnaturally in the vast space. Come on, our new home awaits. I stepped across the threshold, my shoes scuffing on the concrete floor, sending dust motes dancing in the last slivers of light, filtering through the grime-streaked windows. The interior of the mill was a cavernous space, filled with hulking, rusted machinery, silent and still like the skeletal remains of some ancient beast. Shadows stretched and writhed, distorting the already eerie landscape. "It is perfect, is not it?" Echo asked, her voice filled with a strange, almost childlike enthusiasm. She gestured around the vast, decaying space. Plenty of room for us to be together. No one to bother us. Just us, like it should have been. My eyes darted around, searching for an exit, a weapon, anything. But there was nothing but decay and the looming presence of Echo. She walked past me, deeper into the mill, her footsteps unervingly light. I had no choice but to follow, my legs heavy, my mind screaming in silent protest. "You know," she continued, her voice echoing, "I always wanted a sister, a real sister. My parents, they were not very good at that. They had a daughter, yes, but she was never what I needed. She was always so selfish, so focused on herself. Not like Lily. She stopped by a particularly large, rusted contraption, some kind of press or grinder. Dust motes danced in the single shaft of moonlight that pierced a hole in the roof, illuminating her face. Her features, which had been obscured by distance and shadow, were now visible. She was younger than I expected, perhaps in her late 20s, but her eyes held an ancient, unsettling madness. They were wide, too bright, burning with an obsessive fire. Lily was perfect, she murmured, her gaze fixed on something I could not see, lost in her own delusion. Kind, loving, always thinking of others. She would have understood me. She would have been my best friend, my true sister, my heart hammered. This was not just about me becoming Lily. This was about her becoming someone else, someone better, through me. "But you ruined it," she said, her voice dropping, a sudden edge creeping in. She turned to face me, her smile gone, replaced by a chilling frown. "You took her away. You left me alone again. But it is okay. We can fix it. You can be her again. I am not Lily." I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely audible. "My name is narrator's name." I forced myself to say it, to hold on to that last shred of my identity. Her eyes narrowed. "Do not say that. Lily, do not deny who you are. You are Lily. You always were. You just forgot for a while. It was the guilt, you see. That nasty, ugly guilt. It made you forget your true self." She took a step closer, her hand reaching out. I flinched back, pressing myself against a cold, greasy metal beam. "No, I am not. I am not Lily. Lily is gone. I killed her." The words ripped from me, raw and painful, a confession forced out by the sheer terror of her delusion. A strange expression crossed her face, a flicker of something akin to pity, mixed with chilling determination. "No, you did not, darling. You think you did. That is part of the trauma. But Lily is here. She has always been here, waiting for me to find her, waiting for us to be together again." She gestured towards a section of the mill that was surprisingly clean, almost domestic, tucked away behind a stack of old wooden crates. It was a small alcove, illuminated by a single battery-powered lantern. And what I saw there made my blood run cold. There was a makeshift bed neatly made with a patchwork quilt. A small wooden table held a collection of trinkets, a doll with porcelain eyes, a faded children's book, and a small, brightly colored drawing of two girls holding hands, one with pigtails. And on a small, carefully placed stand was a yellow ceramic bird. Lily's bird. I tried to make it nice. Echo said, her voice soft, almost tender, as she looked at the shrine. "For us. For you. I know you will love it here. We will play all day, just like sisters should. No more sadness, no more guilt. Just us." My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape. Echo was completely lost in her delusion. There was no reasoning with her. I had to get out. My eyes scanned the decaying machinery, the unstable floorboards, the rusted pipes. "You see," she continued, turning back to me, I watched you. For years. After she died, you just withered. You were so sad. I knew I had to help you. I knew I had to bring Lily back. And the only way to do that was to help you remember who you are. She took another step, her hand outstretched again, her fingers twitching. Come, Lily, let me help you remember. The air in the mill was thick with dust and the smell of old metal. My gaze fell on a loose pipe, thick and heavy, protruding from a section of crumbling wall near Echo. It looked rusted, but solid enough to wield. It was my only chance. How did you know about the bird? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, to distract her, to buy myself a precious second. She paused, a triumphant glint in her eyes. Oh, that was easy. Lily, you were always so predictable. Always in the same spot, under the old oak tree. I just had to watch. I watched you bury it. I watched you visit it. It was so sweet, your little secret. But I knew. I always knew. She was closer now, too close. Her eyes were fixed on mine, her smile unwavering. She was reaching for me, her hand closing in. In that split second, adrenaline surged through me. My hand shot out, not at her, but at the pipe. My fingers closed around the cold, rough metal. With a desperate heave, I yanked it free from the crumbling wall, a shower of dust and debris raining down. Echo's eyes widened, her smile faltering. Lily, she breathed, confusion clouding her features. I am not Lily. I screamed, the pipe a heavy, unwieldy weight in my hands. I swung it, not with precision, but with the raw, desperate force of a cornered animal. The pipe connected with a sickening thud against her shoulder. Echo gasped a sharp, choke sound and stumbled back, clutching her arm. The lantern in the alcove flickered, casting grotesque shadows that danced around us. You hurt me. Lily, she cried, her voice laced with betrayal, her eyes filling with tears that seemed so incongruous with her earlier menace. Why would you do that? I did not answer. I did not have time. Her pain was real, but her delusion was deeper. This was not a person I could reason with. This was a monster wearing a human face, a monster who believed I was someone else entirely. I swung again, aiming for her legs, hoping to disable her. She dodged, surprisingly agile, her face hardening. The tears vanished, replaced by a chilling fury. You are being difficult. Lily, she growled, her voice losing its gentle lilt, becoming sharp and dangerous. Just like before, you always made things so hard. But I will make you understand. I will make you remember. She lunged, not with a weapon, but with her bare hands. Her fingers clawed, aiming for my face. I brought the pipe up, blocking her attack, the metal clanging against her forearm. She cried out again, but kept coming, her strength fueled by her madness. We grappled, a desperate dance amidst the decaying machinery. The pipe was heavy, unwieldy, but it was my only defense. I swung it wildly, trying to keep her at bay, trying to create an opening, an escape route. Echo was relentless, a whirlwind of furious energy, her eyes fixed on me with a terrifying intensity. She moved with strange, almost unnatural grace, slipping past my clumsy swings, trying to get close, to drag me into her twisted embrace. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed in protest. I stumbled over a loose piece of concrete, nearly falling. Echo seized the opportunity, lunging forward, her hands closing around my throat. Her grip was surprisingly strong, crushing, stealing my breath. Stars exploded behind my eyes. Panic, raw and primal, surged through me. I thrashed, kicking out, my hands scrabbling at her arms, trying to break her hold. Her face was inches from mine, her eyes blazing with a horrifying triumph. You belong to me. Lily, she whispered, her voice a guttural rasp. You always have. With a last, desperate surge of adrenaline, I brought the pipe up, not swinging, but pushing, driving the blunt end into her stomach. She grunted, her grip loosening just enough for me to tear free, gasping for air, coughing violently. I stumbled back, clutching my throat, my vision swimming. Echo was bent over, wheezing, but she quickly straightened, her eyes still fixed on me, unwavering. She was hurt, but not broken. Not yet. My eyes darted around, searching. The main entrance, the one I would walk through, was still open, a distant rectangle of dim twilight. It was my only chance. Ignoring the burning in my lungs, the throbbing in my throat, I turned and ran. My feet pounded on the concrete floor, echoing loudly in the cavernous space. I did not look back, could not look back. I just ran, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I heard her footsteps behind me, surprisingly fast, surprisingly close. "Lily, come back. Do not leave me again." Her voice, once soft and soothing, was now a chilling shriek that echoed off the metal walls. I burst out of the mill, gasping, sucking in the cool night air. The drone was still buzzing overhead, a malevolent eye in the darkness. My car was still blocked. I did not hesitate. I veered right, scrambling over a pile of rubble, heading for the tree line, for the dark woods that had been my prison for so long, but now offered a glimmer of hope. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes, but I did not stop. I ran, blindly, frantically, deeper into the dark embrace of the woods, the sound of Echo's screams fading behind me, slowly, mercifully. I did not know if I had truly escaped her. I did not know if she would follow me into the woods, if she would find me again. All I knew was the burning in my lungs, the pounding of my heart, and the chilling certainty that even if I escaped her physical grasp, Echo and the twisted identity she had tried to force upon me would forever haunt my own echoes of solitude. The hunt was over, for now, but the nightmare, I knew, had only just begun. The world outside the diner was a blur of neon and smeared streetlights as I slammed my foot on the accelerator. My car, a beat-up sedan that had always felt like a second skin, now felt like a fragile tin can hurtling through the night. In my rear-view mirror, the dark sedan was a persistent shadow, its headlights cutting through the gloom like malevolent eyes. She was there. She was really there. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. My breath hitched in my throat, each gasp a shallow, rattling sound. I swerved on the main road, ignoring the speed limit, the blur of the landscape a desperate attempt to outrun the nightmare that had just unfolded. This was not a game anymore. This was a chase, and I was the prey. I gripped the steering wheel, so tight my knuckles were white. My mind raced, trying to process the impossible. Echo, my online best friend, the person who knew me better than anyone. It was not him. It was her. A woman. The stalker. She had found me. She had become him. The highway stretched out, a dark ribbon under an indifferent sky. I pushed the car harder, the engine whining in protest. I kept checking the mirror, my eyes darting back and forth, desperate for a break, a turn, anything to lose her. But she was relentless, a dark shape holding steady behind me, a predator on the hunt. No, no, no. I mumbled, the words barely audible over the roar of the wind and the engine. My brain felt like it was short-circuiting. The ceramic bird, my bird, the one I would bear it at the cabin. A secret only I knew. She had it. She would place it on the table. A trophy, a declaration. I knew this area. Rural roads, twisting and turning, dotted with isolated farmhouses and dense patches of forest. It was an hour from my apartment, an hour from any real sense of civilization. Perfect for disappearing, or for being disappeared. I spotted an exit for a state route, a narrower, less traveled road that wound through a heavily wooded area. It was a risk, more isolated, but also more opportunities to lose her. I veered off, the tires screeching in protest. The sedan followed, its headlights swinging into view a second later, a chilling confirmation that she had not lost me. The road became darker, the trees pressing in on either side, their branches clawing at the night sky. My high beams cut through the gloom, illuminating a tunnel of asphalt and ancient oaks. My hands were slick with sweat, my vision tunneled. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle of leaves sounded like her approach. I took a sharp left onto an even smaller, unpaved road, kicking up a cloud of dust and gravel. My car bounced violently, but I did not care. Anything to break the line of sight. I glanced in the mirror. For a moment, she was gone. My breath hitched. Had I lost her? Then, the piercing beams of her headlights cut through the dust cloud, closer than I expected. She had not just followed, she had anticipated. A cold dread, colder than the night air, seeped into my bones. She was not just reacting to my moves, she was expecting them. My phone, which had been lying forgotten on the passenger seat, suddenly buzzed. I flinched, my eyes darting to it. No signal. I remembered. That is what it had said earlier, when I would first gotten her message about the diner. But it buzzed again. A new message. My hands were shaking too much to grab it. I risked a quick glance. The screen glowed, illuminating a new notification. It was from Echo, or rather from her, pretending to be Echo. The message simply read, "Going left now. Good choice. But I know these woods better than you do." My blood ran cold. My heart seized in my chest. I had literally just turned left onto this dirt road. How could she possibly? No, she was not just following me. She was inside my head. Or she had access to something, some feed, some technology that was tracking my every move, my every thought. The no signal was a lie. Or a trick. A terrifying, impossible trick. Panic, raw and unadulterated, seized me. This was not just a physical chase anymore. This was something far more insidious, far more terrifying. She was not just pursuing my body, she was pursuing my mind, my very sense of reality. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding sideways, throwing up a cloud of dust and gravel. I needed to think. I needed to understand. But there was no time. In the rear-view mirror, her sedan was still there, now closer, its headlights blindingly bright. I floored it again, desperate, my mind screaming. The message, the impossible message. It was a sick game. She was not just playing, she was rewriting the rules of reality itself. I remembered the feel of her eyes on me in the diner, the unsettling smile, the way she had casually dropped details about my cabin, things I would never told anyone. The half-buried bird, my secret refuge violated. She had studied me. That is what she said. I have studied you. But this was beyond study. This was omniscience. I veered off the dirt road, plowing through a flimsy fence and into a darkened field. The car lurched and bounced over the uneven terrain, the tall grass scraping against the undercarriage. I half expected her to follow, but when I looked back, her headlights were gone. I cut my own headlights, plunging us into absolute darkness. I kept driving, relying on the faint starlight and the dark silhouettes of trees against a slightly less dark sky. My car was a weapon, a shield, a coffin. I drove until the field gave way to another patch of woods, dense and overgrown. I killed the engine, letting the sudden silence of the night wash over me, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart. I sat there, hunched over the steering wheel, gasping for breath, listening. The chirping of crickets, the rustle of leaves in the wind. No engine hum. No distant headlights. Just the suffocating darkness and the terrifying echoes of her words in my mind. Going left now. Good choice. But I know these woods better than you do. The message burned behind my eyes. How? How could she know? Was she watching me right now? Was there a drone? A camera? Was my phone compromised? I grabbed it, my fingers trembling. The screen was dark. I pressed the power button. Nothing. The battery was dead. Or she had killed it remotely. Or it was all a part of her twisted game. I sat in the oppressive silence, every nerve ending screaming. My mind replayed the entire encounter at the diner. The bright green t-shirt, the glasses, the recognition plan we would made. Echo and I. It had been so simple, so foolproof. And she had used it against me. She had worn his clothes, mimicked his mannerisms, everything but his voice, which she had not quite managed to deepen enough. But by then it was too late. I was already spilling my guts, pouring out my terror, believing I was finally safe, finally with the one person who truly understood. And then she had revealed herself. That smile, that casual, chilling confession. I have studied you. And then the bird. My bird. The thought of Echo sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I have incapacitated him, she would said. Incapacitated. The word hung in the air, a euphemism for something far more sinister. Was he alive? Was he hurt? Was he dead? My only real friend, my rock, my confidant. Used as a pawn in her twisted game. My guilt was a physical weight, pressing down on me. I had trusted her, thinking she was him. I had led her to him, in a way. I needed to move. I could not stay here. But where could I go? She knew these woods. She knew my moves. Every direction I could take, every thought I could have, she seemed to already possess. It was like trying to escape a maze where the architect was also the one holding the map to your mind. My phone was dead, but the memory of that message, that impossible prediction, was branded into my consciousness. It was a new level of horror, far beyond just being followed. It was a feeling of being utterly exposed, of having no private thoughts, no safe spaces, not even inside my own head. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she had a tracker on my car. Maybe she had hacked my phone and was reading my GPS, sending automated messages. But the timing, the specificity of going left now, it felt too precise, too personal. It felt like she was me. I started the car again, the engine roaring to life, a comforting sound that momentarily broke the suffocating silence. I needed to get to a populated area, a town, a police station, anywhere there were other people. The police had been useless before, but maybe, just maybe, with her actively chasing me, they would take it seriously. I had to try. I backed out of the woods, carefully, slowly, my eyes scanning the darkness. No headlights, no movement, just a vast, empty field and the distant glow of a town's lights on the horizon. I headed for it, driving slowly at first, then picking up speed as I hit a paved road again. The town was small, a cluster of buildings around a single main street. A gas station, a diner similar to the one I had just escaped, a few scattered houses. Not much, but it was people. It was light. I pulled into the gas station, my heart still thrumming. I needed gas, and I needed to use a payphone, if they still existed. My dead phone was a liability. The attendant, a bored-looking teenager, barely glanced at me as I went inside. I fumbled for change, my hand still shaking. No payphone. Of course. This was not 1990. My eyes fell on a rack of cheap burner phones. A desperate thought sparked in my mind. Maybe I could buy one, call the police from a new number, from a new device. As I reached for one, my eyes scanned the small convenience store, a primal instinct screaming at me to be aware. No one. Just a kid behind the counter, scrolling on his phone. Then, I saw it, tucked away on a shelf near the dusty candy bars, a small, white ceramic bird, identical to mine. My breath hitched. It was a mass-produced item. I knew. They sold them in gift shops, at tourist traps. It could be a coincidence. But after everything, after the bird on the diner table, after the message, there were no coincidences anymore. My blood ran cold again, a familiar icy dread. My eyes darted around the store, searching for her, for any sign. Was she here? Had she been here? Was this another one of her twisted little breadcrumbs? I grabbed a burner phone and a prepaid card, my hands clammy. I paid cash, avoiding eye contact with the attendant, feeling exposed, vulnerable. Every second I spent in this place felt like another moment she could pinpoint my location, another moment she could close in. I rushed back to my car, fumbling with the new phone. I tore open the packaging, inserted the SIM card, and powered it on. The screen flickered to life. I immediately dialed 911. 911. What is your emergency? A calm female voice asked. I am being stalked. I blurted out, my voice hoarse, desperate. She chased me from a diner. She knows everything about me. She even knows my thoughts. She sent me a message predicting my turns. She is dangerous. There was a pause. Sir, can you tell me your location? I gave her the gas station's address, the name of the town. She is following me. She has impersonated my friend. She has my personal belongings. Another pause. Longer this. Time. Sir, are you in immediate danger right now? Do you see her? I do not know. I yelled, my frustration boiling over. That is the point. She is everywhere. She is in my head. She puts these birds everywhere. Sir, please calm down. We are sending a unit to your location. Can you stay put? No, I can't stay put. I protested. She will find me. She will know I called. As I spoke, the new phone buzzed. A text message. I had not given this number to anyone. I had not even finished activating it. My stomach dropped. The message was from an unknown number. It read TSK, TSK. Calling the police again. You know they can't help you. You are already home, remember? The words were a punch to the gut. The world tilted. She had my new number. The one I would just bought, just activated, just used to call 911. It was impossible. Absolutely, utterly impossible. But there it was, glowing on the screen, a chilling confirmation of her omnipresence. I dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor of the car. My hands flew to my head, gripping my hair, pulling. My mind was unraveling. This was not just a stalker. This was something else. Something supernatural. Something that defied logic and reason. Sir, are you there? The 911 operator's voice crackled from the drop phone. I could not answer. I could not breathe. The gas station, the town, the illusion of safety, all shattered. There was no escape, no hiding. She was not just following me, she was inside my phone, inside my thoughts, inside my very existence. I picked up the new phone, my fingers trembling. I typed a frantic message back. Who are you? How are you doing this? The reply was almost instantaneous. I told you. I am Echo, your best friend, the one who knows you better than anyone. And I am doing this because I love you, and because you are mine. My blood ran cold. Again, I am Echo, the lie, the twisted truth. She had stolen his identity, his connection with me, and warped it into something monstrous. I looked up, my eyes frantically scanning the gas station parking lot. A dark sedan, identical to hers, was pulling in slowly, deliberately. It glided past my car, then stopped at the far end of the lot, engine idling. The windows were tinted. I could not see inside. But I knew she was there. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. The 911 operator was still talking, her voice a distant buzz from the dropped phone. I could not respond. My breath caught in my throat. I was frozen, trapped. The police. They were coming. But she was here. She was always here. I watched the dark sedan, my eyes wide with terror. This was not just a chase. This was a sophisticated, terrifying game of cat and mouse, and I was a mouse cornered, exposed, with no hope of escape. The ceramic bird, my little secret, was now a symbol of her ownership, a testament to how deeply she had burrowed into my life. I had to move. I had to run. But where? Every direction felt like a trap, every thought a betrayal. I started my car again, the engine roaring to life. I threw it into reverse, then slammed it into drive, peeling out of the gas station parking lot, tires squealing in protest. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to go. In my rear-view mirror, the dark sedan pulled out, a shadow detaching itself from the night. She was following. Of course, she was following. I drove blindly, my mind a chaotic mess of fear and confusion. I needed to get off the main roads, away from any potential witnesses, any chance of being cornered. I turned onto a side street, then another, twisting through the residential areas of the small town, hoping to get lost in the maze of suburban anonymity. But she was always there. A flicker of headlights in my mirror, a dark shape rounding a corner just as I did. It was like she was tethered to me, an invisible string pulling her along, no matter how many turns I made, no matter how fast I drove. My new burner phone buzzed again, lying on the passenger seat where I would toss it. I did not need to look to know what it said. It was her, taunting me, predicting my next move, reminding me that I was never truly alone. I swerved onto a long, deserted road that led out of town past darkened fields and scattered clumps of trees. I pushed the speedometer higher, the engine groaning, the car rattling around me. I was losing control, not just of the vehicle, but of my mind. You are making good time. A new message appeared on the burner phone. But where are you going, sweetheart? You know there's only one place for us to be. My blood turned to ice. Sweetheart. That was a term of endearment, echo, sometimes used. It was a fresh stab of pain, a reminder of the stolen friendship, the twisted intimacy. She was not just a stalker, she was a perversion of my closest bond. I had to shake her. I had to. I spotted a small, overgrown track leading into a dense forest. It looked barely wide enough for my car, a treacherous path of mud and tangled roots. But it was my only chance. Without thinking, I veered off the road, bouncing violently as my car plunged into the darkness of the woods. Branches scraped against the paint. Twigs snapped under the tires. The darkness was absolute, suffocating. I could not see anything beyond the immediate reach of my headlights. I drove deeper, the path narrowing, the trees pressing in, until it felt like the forest was swallowing me whole. I kept checking my mirror, but there was nothing. No headlights. No sign of her. The woods were silent, save for the crunch of my tires on the forest floor and the frantic pounding of my heart. Had I lost her? Had I finally, truly escaped? A flicker of hope, fragile and desperate, ignited within me. Then, the burner phone buzzed again. I hesitated, my hand hovering over it. I did not want to look. I did not want to see her words, her predictions, her chilling control. But I could not resist. It was a morbid fascination, a need to know the extent of her reach. I picked it up. The message was already there, bold and clear on the screen. You always run to the darkest places. Do not you? So predictable. But this time, the darkness is where you belong. Turn off your lights. I am waiting. My breath hitched. My lights. I had forgotten to turn them off when I plunged into the woods. The bright beams cut through the impenetrable darkness, making me a beacon, a clear target. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt. My hands flew to the headlight switch, flicking them off. The world plunged into absolute, suffocating blackness. I could not see my own hands in front of my face. The silence was deafening, broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart and the distant chirp of crickets. I am waiting. The words echoed in my mind. She was here, in the darkness. Somewhere, I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, my eyes strained, trying to pierce the gloom. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a menacing shape. Every creak of the car, every rustle of leaves sounded like her approach. I was trapped deep in the woods in absolute darkness, with a stalker who knew my every move, my every thought, my every fear. She was not just observing me, she was orchestrating me. I was a puppet, and she was pulling the strings. I thought of Echo again. The real Echo. The kind, funny, brilliant person I had spent years talking to, sharing my deepest secrets with. What had she done to him? Was he lying somewhere, hurt, incapacitated, just as she said? The guilt was a heavy stone in my stomach. I had been so desperate, so trusting, and she had used that trust to destroy everything. The air in the car felt thick, suffocating. I could not breathe. I could not think. All I could feel was the overwhelming, crushing weight of her presence, even though I could not see her. Then, I heard it, a faint rustle just outside my window. A soft, deliberate sound, like someone stepping on dry leaves. My head snapped toward the sound, my eyes wide with terror. I held my breath, straining to hear. Nothing, just the wind, perhaps, or my imagination, playing tricks on me in the overwhelming darkness. Then a tap, gentle but distinct, on my driver's side window. I froze, my entire body locked up, a primal fear seizing me. My eyes were fixed on the window, though I could see nothing but the inky blackness. Another tap, and then a whisper, so soft it was barely audible, yet it cut through the silence like a razor blade. Found you? It was her voice. The same voice from the diner, deeper than echoes, but unmistakably female. Calm, clinical, triumphant. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. She was right there, inches away. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat, echoing in the suffocating confines of my car. I fumbled for the ignition, desperate to start the engine, to escape, to blind her with my headlights, anything. My hand slapped against the dash, missing the key. My fingers scrabbled, searching. Another tap on the window, louder this time. And then a scraping sound, as if something sharp was being dragged across the glass. My eyes darted to the passenger seat. The burner phone. Its screen was still glowing faintly. A new message. Welcome home, sweetheart. I finally found the key, jammed it into the ignition, and twisted. The engine roared to life, the sudden burst of sound deafening in the enclosed space. My headlights flashed on, cutting through the darkness, illuminating the terrifying reality outside my window. She was there, standing right next to my car, her face illuminated by the blinding beams. She was not wearing the bright green t-shirt anymore. Instead, she was dressed in dark clothing, blending seamlessly with night. Her hair was pulled back, revealing a face that was disturbingly calm, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. And in her hand, she held it, my ceramic bird, the one I would bury at the cabin, the one she would place on the diner table. She held it up, just for a moment, a macabre offering, a symbol of her victory. Her lips curved into that same unsettling smile, the one that had twisted my stomach in the diner. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spinning, throwing up mud and leaves. I did not care where I was going, only that I had to get away from her. The car lurched backward, branches scraping loudly against the metal. She did not move. She just stood there, watching me, the ceramic bird held aloft like a trophy. Her smile widened, a silent, terrifying farewell. I spun the car around, almost losing control, and sped back the way I came, the headlights cutting a frantic path through the dense woods. I did not look back. I could not. I burst out of the woods, back onto the deserted road, my car fishtailing wildly. I corrected, accelerating, pushing the engine to its limit. My mind was screaming, a cacophony of fear and disbelief. She was there. She was real, and she was utterly, impossibly in control. I drove until the gas tank was almost empty, until the sun began to paint the horizon with a faint, bruised purple. I found myself on a deserted stretch of highway, far from any town, far from any comfort. My phone, the burner phone, lay on the passenger seat, its screen dark. I did not dare turn it on. I knew what I would find. I pulled over to the side of the road, the car shuddering to a halt. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, my body trembling uncontrollably. The terror was a raw, visceral thing, a cold knot in my stomach that would not loosen. I closed my eyes, but her face was there, her smile, the ceramic bird, and her voice whispering, "Welcome home, sweetheart." I opened my eyes, staring blankly out at the desolate landscape. The sun was rising, casting long, eerie shadows across the fields. But the light offered no comfort. It only served to illuminate the stark reality of my situation. She was not just a stalker. She was a phantom, a digital ghost, a presence that transcended physical boundaries. She knew my thoughts, my movements, my deepest fears. She had taken echo from me, and then she had become echo, twisting the very fabric of my most cherished relationship. And she wanted me home. That was not a place. It was a state of being, a prison, a horrifying, inescapable reality where she was a warden and I was her captive. The chase was not over. It had just begun, because I was already home. I was trapped, and the game, her twisted, horrifying game, had only just started. And I knew, with a chilling certainty that settled deep in my bones, that I would never truly be free again. The red rose lay on my kitchen counter, a splash of unnatural color against the sterile white laminate. It was not a romantic gesture, it was a wound. And tucked beneath its velvety petals, a note written in my own handwriting. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped it. It was a fragment torn from an old grocery list, a list I had made months ago, and then crumpled up and tossed. Eggs, milk, bread, toilet paper. Except these were not the words that haunted me. Beneath them, scrawled in my exact familiar loops and slants, was a single, chilling sentence, "Do not you miss me. Jamie." My breath hitched in my throat. How? How did she get my handwriting? Did she dig through my trash? Did she somehow get into my apartment and copy it? The thought made my skin crawl. The apartment, once my sanctuary, had become a transparent box. Every wall a window she peered through, every corner a hiding spot for her unseen eyes. I would try to rationalize it at first, the pop-up ads mirroring my thoughts. Coincidence, the text predicting my moves. Maybe I was just predictable. The flyer at the library, a weird prank. But the rose, the note, my own handwriting was undeniable. Serafina, or Willow, as I would known her before the mask slipped and the true horror began. I stared at the note, my blood running cold. It was not just physical intrusion. It was a violation of my very identity. She was not just watching me, she was inside me, inside my thoughts, inside my history, even inside my own hand. The next few days blurred into a haze of fear and sleeplessness. I pulled the blinds shut, taped towels over the gaps. I unplugged my smart TV, my Alexa, even my ancient landline phone. I felt like a wild animal cornered, desperate to hide, but knowing there was no hiding from a predator that could smell fear through concrete. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, every gust of wind against the window pane sent shivers down my spine. I started showering with the bathroom door open, just in case I miss a sound. I ate cold food because the thought of turning on the stove, of creating any kind of noticeable activity, felt like an invitation. My world had shrunk to the space between my walls, and even that space felt like it was shrinking, suffocating me. I tried calling the police again. They listened patiently, their voices flat, devoid of real empathy. MS, Miller, we understand you are distressed, but without concrete evidence of a physical threat or trespass, there is not much we can do. We have filed your report, but hung in the air a dismissive sigh. They saw a hysterical woman, not a terrorized victim. My friends, I tried. Sarah, my oldest friend, listened with concern, but I could hear the skepticism in her voice. Jamie, are you sure you are getting enough sleep? This sounds intense. Maybe you are just stressed. She meant well, but how could I explain that Serafina knew my unformed thoughts? That she would left a drawing of my ceramic bird, the one I would made in high school art class, and kept hidden in a box at the library? How could I explain that my own handwriting was now a weapon against me? It sounded insane. And maybe she was driving me insane. I stopped answering calls. I stopped going out, even for groceries. I ordered everything online, but even that felt risky. What if the delivery driver was her? What if the package contained something from her? I was trapped, utterly alone, and the silence of my apartment became a roaring echo chamber of my own fears. One night, curled up on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, staring at the muted glow of my laptop screen, the only device I still dared to use, feeling a desperate need for some connection to the outside world, I stumbled upon it. An ad, ironically, for an online support group. Are you experiencing harassment, stalking, or online abuse? Find a safe space here. The irony was not lost on me. Safe space. Nothing felt safe anymore. But the idea, the desperate, pathetic hope of talking to someone who understood, someone who would not look at me like I was losing my mind, was a powerful draw. It was completely anonymous. The ad promised end-to-end encrypted, peer support. I hesitated for days. What if it was a trap? What if she was behind it? But the isolation was eating me alive. The fear was a living thing, gnawing at my insides. I needed to breathe, even if it was just a shallow, digital breath. Finally, at 3 a.m., driven by a wave of raw panic after a shadow in my peripheral vision made me jump halfway across the room. I clicked the link. The website was simple, clean. A forum, really. Different threads for different types of experiences. I registered under a throwaway email address and a completely generic username, LostSoul77. No identifying information whatsoever. My profile picture was a default gray silhouette. I felt a tiny, almost imperceptible surge of relief. Anonymity. A shield. I browsed the forums for a while. There were stories that mirrored mine in their terrifying details, unwanted messages, feeling watched, the police being unhelpful. It was a grim comfort to know I was not alone, that this nightmare was not unique to me. I decided to make my first post in the stalking harassment section. I typed carefully, vaguely, omitting any specific details that could identify me. Subject feeling completely trapped and terrified. Body I have been experiencing escalating harassment for a while now. It started subtly, then became more direct. I feel like I am being watched constantly, even in my own home. My privacy has been completely violated. I have tried getting help, but it feels like no one believes me. I am just looking for a space to share and maybe hear from others who understand. How do you cope with the constant fear? I hit post and held my breath. It felt like shouting into the void, but also like finally exhaling a breath I had been holding for weeks. Responses trickled in. Most were supportive, offering kind words, suggestions for self-care, or sharing their own struggles. Hang in there. Lost soul. It is incredibly isolating. I know. Just remember you are not crazy. I went through something similar. Journaling helped me process the fear. Stay strong. Have you tried changing your routine completely? Sometimes that helps throw them off. Then a new reply popped up from a user named Observer. The fear can be paralyzing. Lost soul, especially when they know your deepest thoughts. makes you feel like there is no escape, does not it? Like they are always one step ahead, even of your nascent ideas. My blood ran cold. Nascent ideas. That phrase. Serafina had used it in one of her texts. Moving again. Jamie, that won't help. I know your nascent ideas before you even form them. I stare at the screen, my heart hammering against my ribs. Coincidence. It had to be. Nascent ideas was not a unique phrase. Surely, it was a common enough way to describe unformed thoughts. I was just paranoid. The fear was making me see connections where there were none. I dismissed it, tried to tell myself I was overreacting. But a tiny seed of dread had been planted. Over the next few days, I found myself drawn to the forum, to the anonymous comfort it offered. I started sharing a little more, still vague, but allowing myself to express the raw emotional toll. I talked about the feeling of being watched, the way my apartment had become a cage, the way I would stop trusting anyone. Observer was always there, lurking in the threads. Their posts were infrequent, but when they did comment, they were unnervingly insightful. They rarely offered advice, just observations that seemed to cut right to the core of what I was feeling, sometimes even before I would fully articulate it. I posted about how I sometimes felt like my stalker was playing a game with me, leaving little gifts or messages. Observer replied yes, the little breadcrumbs. They want you to know they are close, like a ceramic bird, perhaps, or a single perfect red rose. My breath caught in my throat. The ceramic bird, the red rose. I had not mentioned any of that. Not in this forum. Not to anyone. My post had been about little gifts in general. I scrambled through my previous posts, my heart pounding. Had I mentioned the bird? The rose? No, absolutely not. I had been so careful. I would only alluded to messages and gifts. Panic clawed at my throat. Was Observer Serafina? It could not be. How would she know my anonymous username? My throwaway email. This was an encrypted forum. I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe someone else in the group was being stalked by someone who also used ceramic birds and red roses as calling cards. It was a stretch, a desperate, flimsy rationalization, but I clung to it. I messaged a group admin, a user named Guardian. I explained my concerns vaguely without naming Observer. I asked if they had any protocols for suspicious members, for potential moles. Guardian replied promptly, reassuringly. Lost Soul, we take members' safety very seriously. All accounts are anonymized, and we have strict moderation policies. We have not seen any suspicious activity from Observer, but we will keep an eye out. Please let us know if anything more specific arises. I tried to believe them. I really did, but the knot in my stomach tightened. I started observing Observer's other posts. They rarely started new threads, mostly comment on others. Their comments were always calm, almost attached, yet intensely personal. They seemed to possess an uncanny ability to zero in on the exact emotional core of a situation. One user, Alone in the Dark, posted about their fear of being alone at night, how every shadow felt like a presence. Observer replied the shadows are just reflections of what is already there. Are not they? The apartment becomes a terrifying cage, every sound screaming their name. My blood ran cold for the second time. Apartment a terrifying cage. Every sound screaming their name. That was my exact description, my inner monologue. The words I would use to describe my initial fear after Serafina found me at the coffee shop. I had not even written those words in the forum. They were in my head. A thought I would have weeks ago, before I even found this group. It was not a coincidence. It could not be. Serafina was not just observing me online. She was in my head. Or she was Observer, and she was using this safe space to torment me further. I felt a wave of nausea. The support group, my desperate attempt at connection, had become just another extension of her reach. It was not a shield, it was a magnifying glass, focusing her attention, making me more visible, more vulnerable. I stopped posting. I just lurked, watching Observer. Every time they posted, my heart would leap into my throat. Every word they wrote felt like it was directed at me, a secret message hidden in plain sight. Then came the private message from Observer. My hands shook as I clicked on the notification. Subject feeling completely trapped and terrified. Body Jamie. You should not have come here. You know, I do not like it when you talk about us as strangers, especially when you are trying to hide from me. Did you really think a fake name and a silhouette would make you invisible to me? I know your fear. I know your every breath. I know the ceramic bird you made in high school, the one you keep hidden in the dusty box under your bed. I know the way you jump at shadows. I know your apartment feels like a cage. I know you miss me, even if you won't admit it. And I know you are staring at this message right now, feeling the cold dread spread through you, just like I planned. The screen blurred. It was her. It was always her. She had not just found the group, she had been in the group, waiting, or perhaps she had created the group, a meticulously crafted trap, baited with the promise of safety. I gasped, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my throat. My vision tunneled. The air in my apartment, already thin with fear, now felt completely suffocating. She knew the ceramic bird was in a dusty box under my bed. I would never, ever told anyone that. No one had ever seen it. It was a relic of my past, a forgotten piece of my soul. And now she had it. She had all of it. I typed back, my fingers clumsy, trembling. Who are you? How do you know me? Leave me alone. The reply was instantaneous. You know who I am. Jamie, you always have. And I can't leave you alone. We are connected. You and I always have been, always will be. And now you have invited me deeper into your life. Have not you? You wanted to share your stories. So share them with me. Just me. No more strangers. No more hiding. I stare at the words, my mind reeling. The online support group, my last desperate refuge, had been a cruel joke. It was never a safe space. It was a theater, and I was the unwitting star of her private horror show. Every vulnerable thought I would share, every fear I would confess, had been delivered directly into her hands, weaponized against me. I slammed my laptop shut, the sound echoing unnaturally loud in the silent apartment. It was useless. There was no escape. Not online, not offline. She was everywhere, in every shadow, every thought, every digital space I dared to enter. I felt profound, bone-deep weariness settle over me. The fight had drained me. The paranoia had consumed me. I was no longer fighting a stalker. I was fighting an omnipresent entity that seemed to exist both inside and outside my reality. My phone, lying inert on the coffee table, suddenly vibrated. I flinched, staring at it as if it were a venomous snake. It vibrated again, and again, a rapid succession of texts. I picked it up, my hands clammy. The screen glowed with a single message from an unknown number. Did you really think closing your laptop would make me go away? Jamie, that is not how this works. I am not just on the screen. I am with you, always. And now that you have tried to run, try to betray our connection by seeking comfort from others, I think it is time for us to get a little closer. Do not you think? A picture attachment appeared below the text. My breath hitched. It was a photo of my apartment from inside. It was a picture of my living room, taken from a hallway. The blanket I would have been wrapped in was still crumpled on the couch. My laptop, now closed, lay on the coffee table. And in the foreground, just barely visible in the corner of the frame, was a sliver of my kitchen counter. And on that counter, next to the wilted red rose, was another note This one, clearly visible in the photo, was written on a fresh piece of paper, and the handwriting was undeniably, perfectly mine. The message on the note was short, simple, and utterly devastating. I am already home. Jamie. The phone slipped from my numb fingers, clattering to the floor. I did not scream. I could not. My lungs refused to draw a breath. My eyes darted around the room, frantically searching the shadows, the corners, the spaces behind the furniture. The silence of the apartment was no longer just an echo chamber of my fears. It was a living, breathing presence, and it was no longer empty. I could feel her. I could feel her watching me, even now. Her calm, possessive gaze, a shadow in the periphery of my vision, a whisper just beyond the threshold of hearing. She was here. She had been here all along. And the horror was just beginning. The ceramic bird lay half buried in the damp soil, its painted eyes staring up at me, lifeless and yet utterly alive with menace. My ceramic bird. The one I would bought at that artisan fair. The one that had sat on my bookshelf. A small, comforting fixture in my meticulously ordered apartment. Now it was here in the middle of nowhere at my grandparents' remote cabin, a place I would foolishly believe was my last sanctuary. A cold dread, far deeper than the evening chill, seeped into my bones. She had not just found me, she would anticipated me. She would been here, at the cabin, before me. The note, crumpled in my hand, felt like a burning coal. You are almost home. Almost home. What did that even mean? My apartment was violated. The motel was a trap. This cabin, my last desperate refuge, was now just another stage in her twisted game. The word home used to mean safety, comfort, belonging. Now it was a threat, a destination I was being herded towards, like a frightened animal to a slaughterhouse. I stumbled back, my eyes darting around the clearing. The dense woods, which minutes ago had felt like a protective embrace, now loomed like hungry jaws. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded like footsteps. Was she out there, watching me? Had she buried the bird, then retreated into the shadows, waiting for my reaction? The thought made my stomach churn, while rising in my throat. My phone, useless. The police had been useless. My friends, bless their oblivious hearts, were just that oblivious. How could I explain this? How could I articulate the chilling precision of this woman, this ghost, who moved through my life like a surgeon, dissecting my reality piece by piece? I fled back inside the cabin, slamming the door shut, the ancient with groaning in protest. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the deadbolt, throwing every lock, as if a few flimsy latches could stop whatever force was orchestrating this nightmare. The cabin, once a place of warm memories, now felt like a coffin. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist. Every creak of the old house was her breath, her movement. I sank to the floor, my back against the door, trying to control my ragged breathing. My mind raced, desperate for an answer, a way out. There was no one, absolutely no one I could trust, no one who could help. The world had shrunk to this cabin, this moment, and the terrifying, omnipresent shadow of her. Then, a flicker of something, a distant memory, a voice in my head that was not my own, but was a constant, comforting presence in my digital life. Echo. Echo was my online best friend, a fellow gamer I would known for years. We would met in the labyrinthine dungeons of Ethelgard Online, a ridiculously complex MMORPG that we would both pour countless hours into. Echo, or Echoed Silence as her handle read, was always there. Late night raids, early morning quests, theory crafting builds, sharing ridiculously specific lore details. We would done it all. Their voice, a calming, slightly gravelly tone, had been a constant companion through countless headsets. We would share frustrations, triumphs, and the mundane details of our real lives, carefully filtered, of course. We knew each other's favorite foods, our pet peeves, our deepest gaming regrets. I knew Echo was a guy, roughly my age, lived a few states over, worked in it. He knew I was a graphic designer, living in a small apartment, with a penchant for collecting ceramic birds. It sounds ridiculous, does not it, to put so much faith in someone you have never met face to face? But for years, Echo had been a rock. When my last relationship imploded, he would listen to me vent for hours, offering quiet, pragmatic advice. When I would land in my dream job, he would be the first to celebrate with me, virtually, of course. He was the one person who knew the real me, the me behind the carefully constructed facade I presented to the world. And now, in this absolute void of terror, his digital presence felt like a lifeline. Just last week, before the Motel incident, before my world truly started unraveling, Echo had brought up the idea of meeting. He would have been hinting at it for a while, but this time he would have been insistent. Look, dude, he would say, his voice a little more urgent than usual over our Discord call. We have been doing this for, 5 years now. Do not you think it is time we finally grabbed a coffee or something? I am going to be in your general area next month for a conference. We could totally make it happen. I would demurred, as I always did. Not because I did not want to, but because the idea of translating our comfortable, anonymous online friendship into the awkward, vulnerable reality of an in-person meeting felt daunting. Plus, my life was pretty stable then. The thought of adding a new variable felt unnecessary. But now, with my life in tatters, with a fandom stalker breathing down my neck, the idea of meeting Echo felt less like an awkward social experiment and more like a desperate plea for help. He was the only one who truly understood the depth of my isolation, even if he did not know the full extent of my current terror. He was the only one who could offer a shred of real-world support. I pulled out my phone, my hand still shaking. No signal. Of course. The cabin was deep in the national forest. I would have driven hours to get here, past the last gas station, past the last flickering bar of service. My despair deepened. I was truly, utterly alone. Hours passed. The sun set, plunging the cabin into a suffocating darkness that the weak, flickering lamplight barely pierced. I huddled by the cold fireplace, my mind cycling through every terrifying detail, every impossible scenario. The bird, the note, the motel, my apartment, the sheer impossibility of it all. Then a faint, almost imperceptible buzz. My phone. I snatched it up, my heart leaping. One bar, a ghost of a signal. A message from Echo. My thumb trembled as I opened it. Hey, still on for our meetup. You sounded a bit off last time we talked. Everything okay? I am in the area now, actually. Could meet tomorrow, say 2 p.m. There's a little diner, the Rusty Spoon, just outside town, about an hour from your place. You know the one. Just off Highway 7, near the old mill. Figure it would be a good neutral spot. Let me know. My place. He met my apartment. He did not know I was at the cabin. But an hour from your place meant an hour from my apartment. That was still a good 3 hours from a cabin. The Rusty Spoon. I knew it. A greasy spoon diner. The kind with checkered floors, perpetually sticky tables. A relic from a bygone era, but reliably open. A public place. A place with other people. A wave of relief, so potent it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. This was it. This was my chance. My chance to tell someone, to show someone how utterly terrifying my life had become. Echo would believe me. He had to. He was my friend. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but now it was tempered with a desperate, almost manic hope. I had to get there. I had to see him. I typed out a reply, my fingers fumbling. Yes, Rusty Spoon, 2 p.m. I will be there. Need to talk. It is urgent. I hit send, watching the single bar of signal flicker, then hold. Message sent. The relief, however, was short-lived. A new thought, cold and insidious, began to worm its way into my mind. How did Echo know I sounded off? I had not talked to him since, before the motel. Had I, or had my memory, fractured by panic, failed me? And why was he in the area now? He would said next month. The conference was not for weeks. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the conference date changed. Maybe he was just passing through. Maybe I had talked to him more recently than I remembered, in a haze of fear. But the unease persisted, a faint, discordant note in the symphony of my desperate hope. I spent the night in a state of hyper-alertness, every shadow a potential threat, every creak of the old cabin a footstep. Sleep was impossible. By the time the first sliver of dawn painted the sky, I was a wreck, my eyes bloodshot, my body aching, but my resolve hardened. I had to go. This was my only option. I packed a small bag with essentials and clothes, my wallet, my phone. I did not even bother to lock the cabin door when I left. What was the point? She already knew I was here. She would already been inside. The bird, I noticed, was still there, half buried, a silent sentinel of my impending doom. I did not touch it. I could not. The drive was a blur of paranoia. Every car that appeared in my rearview mirror felt like her. Every shadow in the woods lining the highway seemed to hold a watchful eye. I gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached, my eyes darting from the road to the mirror, to the side view, then back again. I played out scenarios in my head. What if she followed me? What if she was waiting at the diner? What if... No, I pushed those thoughts away. Echo. Echo was real. Echo was safe. He was my friend. This was my chance. I arrived at the Rusty Spoon a little before 2 p.m. The diner was exactly as I remembered it, a faded red and white exterior, a chipped neon sign that hummed faintly, and the smell of stale coffee and frying bacon wafting from inside. A few cars were in the small parking lot, mostly beat-up pickups and older sedans. Normal. Safe. I pulled into a spot as far from the entrance as possible, giving myself a clear view of the road. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my hammering heart. I was here. I was early. I could wait. Echo and I had a specific recognition plan. We were decided that I would be wearing a dark blue hoodie and a baseball cap, and he would be wearing a bright green t-shirt and glasses. Silly, maybe, but it was a way to cut through the awkwardness of a first meeting. I sat in my car, watching the entrance, my gaze sweeping over every person who came and went. A couple of truckers, a family with noisy kids, a lone old man nursing coffee. No one in a bright green t-shirt. My hands started to sweat. PM came. Then 205. 210. My anxiety ratcheted up another notch. Had he changed his mind? Had something happened? Or worse, had she somehow interfered? Just as I was about to give in to a fresh wave of panic, a car pulled into the parking lot. A dark sedan, nondescript. It parked a few spots away from me. The driver's side door opened. A man emerged. He was wearing a bright green t-shirt and glasses. My breath hitched. It was him. Echo. Or was it? He was taller than I would imagined and broader. But people always look different in person. His hair was dark, a bit shaggy, and he had a slight beard. Nothing too out of the ordinary. He pulled his phone out, checking something, then looked up, his gaze sweeping the parking lot. He saw my car, then me in my dark blue hoodie and cap. A slow smile spread across his face. He started walking towards the diner entrance. I got out of my car, my legs feeling like jelly. This was it. The moment I'd been waiting for, hoping for, dreading. I walked toward the diner, my eyes fixed on him. As he reached the door, he paused, turned to face me fully. His smile widened, but something about it felt off. Too wide, too fixed. His eyes, behind the glasses, seemed to bore into me with an intensity that made me instinctively recoil. "Hey," he said, his voice a little deeper than I remember from our Discord calls, but I chalked it up to headset distortion. "You must be my online handle." I nodded, my throat suddenly dry. My online handle. I managed, trying to sound normal. Try to ignore the prickle of unease that was starting to spread through me like an icy tendril. He held out a hand. Echoed silence. But you can call me Mark. I shook his hand. His grip was surprisingly firm, almost crushing. His skin was cold. Nice to finally meet you. Mark. You too, he said, still smiling that unnervingly wide smile. Let us grab a booth. We found a booth in the back, away from the few other patrons. The waitress, a tired-looking woman with a name tag that read Brenda, came over, handed us menus, and took our drink orders. I ordered black coffee, needing the caffeine. Mark ordered a water. As soon as Brenda left, an awkward silence descended. I realized I had no idea how to start. How do you tell someone you have only known online that your life has become a living nightmare, orchestrated by an unseen entity? So, Mark began, leaning forward, his gaze unwavering. You said it was urgent. Everything okay? His tone was calm, almost too calm, like he already knew the answer. I took a deep breath. No, everything is definitely not okay. Mark, I do not know who else to turn to. I am being stalked. Seriously stalked. This person, they have been everywhere. My apartment, a motel I fled to, my grandparents' cabin, in the middle of nowhere. They left me notes. They moved my things. They know everything. I watched his face for a reaction: shock, concern, disbelief. But his expression remained unchanged, that unnerving smile still playing on his lips, his eyes still fixed on me. That sounds rough, he said, his voice flat. Rough does not even begin to cover it. I retorted, a flicker of irritation mixing with my fear. I am terrified. Mark, I have not slept in days. The police won't help. I have nowhere left to go. The cabin, he said, his voice soft. That is where you went, right? The one with the old well and the broken porch swing. My blood ran cold. I had not mentioned the cabin to him. Not once. I would only told him I was out of town when he would message me about the meetup. I would certainly never described it. How did you know that? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. You told me, of course. You told me everything. No, I did not. I insisted, my mind racing, trying to recall every conversation we would ever had. I never told you about the cabin. Not the details. Not the well. Not the swing. His smile stretched wider, becoming something grotesque. Oh, but you did. In your sleep. In your dreams. In the quiet moments when you thought you were alone. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of pure terror. This was not Echo. This was not my friend. This was her, or someone connected to her. Who are you? I demanded, my voice trembling, but trying to project defiance. Where's Echo? What have you done? He leaned back, crossing his arms, his eyes never leaving mine. Echo. Oh, he is fine. He is resting. He won't be joining us today. A wave of nausea hit me. You heard him, did not you? He shrugged, a casual gesture that was utterly horrifying in its indifference. Let's just say he is no longer an impediment. You see, he was getting in the way. Always trying to talk you out of things. Always trying to make you think. He tapped his temple. I needed you to be pliable. Open. Ready. Ready for what? My voice was barely a squeak. I glanced around the diner. Brenda was at the counter, chatting with the old man. No one was paying attention to us. I was trapped, ready to come home, he said, the words dripping with a chilling possessiveness. You are almost there. Just a few more steps. He reached into his pocket and pulled something out. He placed it on the table between us. It was my ceramic bird. The exact one. Clean to the dirt, its painted eyes seeming to stare directly into mine, mocking me. My blood ran cold. The cabin. She had not just visited. She had taken it. She had buried it, watched me find it, and then taken it again, just to present it to me here, in this public place, as a twisted trophy. You are the one. I whispered, the realization hitting me with the force of a physical blow. You are the one who has been doing this. You are the stalker. He chuckled again, a dry, rasping sound. Stalker. Such a crude word. I prefer guardian or guide. I am simply helping you find your way. My way where? I pushed myself back against the booth, desperate to create distance. I do not know you. Why are you doing this? His smile faded, replaced by an expression of wounded indignation. You do not know me. After all these years, after all we have shared, I know everything about you. Your hopes, your fears, your little habits. The way you chew on your lip when you are thinking. The way you always leave your coffee cup on the right side of the sink. The way you hum off key when you are happy. I know you better than anyone. That is not knowing me. I hissed. That is watching me, violating me. You have been in my apartment. You have been everywhere. Of course I have, he said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. How else was I supposed to learn? You are so careful online, so guarded. I needed to see the real you, the unfiltered you. My mind reeled. He had not just been my online friend. He had been studying me. Every detail I would shared, every casual mention, every photo I would ever posted, every piece of information I would inadvertently leak, he would collected it, curated it, and used it to build this terrifying, meticulous invasion of my life. But Echo, I stammered. You sound like him. You knew all our inside jokes. Our game strategies. Oh, that was easy, he said, a glint of perverse pride in his eyes. Echo was verbose. He kept meticulous notes. Transcripts of your conversations. Screenshots of your game sessions. He was quite proud of your friendship. You know, he even had a little shrine to it. He paused, a strange, almost wistful look on his face. It was all very helpful. The implication hung in the air, a suffocating weight. He had not just replaced Echo, he would become him. He would absorb Echo's identity, his knowledge, his very essence, to get close to me. And the shrine. What had he done to Echo? The thought was too horrific to fully process. Brenda returned with our drinks. She placed my coffee in front of me, then set a glass of water down for Mark. Her gaze lingered for a moment, a flicker of concern in her tired eyes as she took in my pale, trembling face. Everything all right, honey? She asked. I wanted to scream. I wanted to grab her, to tell her everything, to beg for help, but the words caught in my throat. I just shook my head, unable to speak. Mark smiled at Brenda, a charming, reassuring smile that sent another wave of revulsion through me. She is just a little overwhelmed, he said, his voice smooth and calm. Long drive. She will be fine. Brendan nodded slowly, still looking at me with that worried frown. You let me know if you need anything else, she said, before walking away. As soon as she was out of earshot, Mark leaned forward again, his voice dropping to a low, menacing whisper. See, no one believes you. No one can believe you. Because no one knows you like I do. No one understands. I do not want you to understand me. I cried, my voice cracking. I want you to leave me alone. Get away from me. He sighed, a sound of deep disappointment. You still do not get it, do you? You can't escape this. This is your destiny. We are meant to be together. We are two halves of the same whole. I have been searching for you my entire life. You are insane. I whispered, pushing my chair back, ready to bolt. Perhaps he conceded, a flicker of something dark in his eyes. But I am your insane, and you are mine. He suddenly reached across the table, his hand shooting out with terrifying speed. He grabbed my wrist, his grip like a vice. His fingers were cold, like a dead man's. "Do not even think about it," he said, his voice now devoid of any pretense of friendliness, replaced by a chilling, steel-hard resolve. "You have nowhere to go. And besides, we are not done. You are almost home, remember? And I am going to take you there." I struggled, trying to pull my hand free, but his grip was impossibly strong. Panic flared, hot and suffocating. I could feel the blood draining from my face. My eyes darted around the diner again, desperate. Brenda was still at the counter, her back to us. The other patrons were engrossed in their own conversations, their own meals. No one saw. No one noticed. "Let go of me." I gasped, my voice a desperate plea. He just tightened his grip, his eyes burning into mine. "You are coming with me. It is time." I knew then, with a terrifying certainty, that this was it. This was the end of the chase. The end of my freedom. I had run to the cabin, thinking I was escaping, but I had only been running towards him. Towards home. Whatever twisted, horrifying place that was, with a surge of adrenaline. I yanked my arm, screaming as loud as I could, a primal guttural sound that finally cut to the mundane hum of the diner. "Help! He has got me! Help!" Brenda's head snapped up. The old man at the counter turned, his eyes wide. Conversations died. All eyes were suddenly on us. Mark's smile vanished. His face contorted in a mask of pure rage. He released my wrist, but not before digging his fingernails in, leaving angry red crescents on my skin. "You should not have done that," he snarled, his voice low and venomous. But it was too late. I was already scrambling out of the booth, knocking over my coffee, sending a dark, bitter stream across the checkered floor. I did not care. I just needed to run. I bolted for the door, my legs pumping, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I could hear chairs scraping, confused murmurs. I did not look back. I could not. I burst out of the diner, into the harsh afternoon light, my eyes scanning the parking lot. My car. I had to get to my car. I fumbled for my keys, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped them. I heard the diner door open behind me. I did not need to look to know who it was. "You can't run forever." His voice echoed across the parking lot, no longer disguised, no longer calm, but filled with chilling, unhinged fury. "You are mine. You are coming home." I jammed the key into the ignition, my fingers clumsy with terror. The engine roared to life. I threw the car into reverse, tires squealing, backing out of the spot with reckless speed. I saw him in my rear-view mirror, standing by the diner entrance, his green T-shirt astark, incongruous splash of color against the faded red and white of the building. His eyes, even from this distance, seemed to burn with infernal light. I spun the wheel, sending gravel flying, and sped out of the parking lot, onto the highway. I did not know where I was going. I did not care. Away. Just away. But as I looked in my rear-view mirror, I saw the dark sedan pull out of the parking lot, following me, steadily, inexorably. He was right. I could not run forever. He knew where I would been. He knew where I was going. He knew me, and he was determined to bring me home. Whatever home meant, I knew with a sickening certainty it was a place I would never want to be. And I knew, as the dark sedan closed the distance, that I was already there. I slammed the accelerator, the engine screaming a desperate protest as the speedometer needle climbed. A blur of neon streetlights became streaks of smeared paint behind me, but the dark sedan was still there, a relentless shadow. Its headlights, twin beams of malevolent yellow, bored into my rear-view mirror. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the growing terror. This was not a game. This was not some twisted prank. Echo, my online best friend, was not, and it was her, my stalker. She would found me, proving it was a ceramic bird I would buried years ago, a secret only I knew. I swerved onto dark, twisting roads, the tires squealing in protest, desperate to lose her. But she was always there, a ghost in my periphery, anticipating my every move. When I finally cut hard onto a dirt path, the suspension groaning as I bounced over unseen ruts, my new burner phone, tucked into the cup holder, buzzed with an impossible message. It was from Echo. The screen glowed, illuminating the frantic pulse in my throat, going left now. Good choice. But I know these woods better than you do. My blood ran cold, turning to ice in my veins. She was not just behind me. She was inside my head. The dirt path narrowed, trees pressing it on either side like skeletal fingers. The air grew thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. I gripped the steering wheel, so tightly my knuckles were white, my breath coming in ragged gasps. How had it come to this? How had a quiet online sanctuary twisted into this living nightmare? It had started, as so many things do these days, with a search. A desperate, late-night search for a place where I could just be. It had been 2 years since the accident. 2 years since I lost Lily, my little sister, and the guilt still gnawed at me like a hungry animal. I was driving. It was raining. A deer darted out. I swerved. The details were a blur of metal and screams, but the outcome was painfully clear. Lily was gone, and I was left with a gaping wound that refused to heal. Friends tried to help. Family offered solace. But no one truly understood the specific, suffocating weight of my guilt. They could not. They were not me. I stumbled across echoes of solitude on a forum for grief support. It was a small invite-only group described as a safe haven for those dealing with profound, isolating loss. The description resonated deeply. I filled out the application, detailing my general situation without going into the raw, excruciating specifics. A week later, I received an email with a link and a temporary password. I was in. The group met twice a week via video chat. There were about 10 regular members, all using pseudonyms. There was Whisper, a quiet woman who'd lost her husband to a sudden illness shadow, a man struggling with the death of his child, and then there was Echo. Echo was different. She did not share much about her own loss, always deferring, always focusing on others. She was incredibly empathetic, almost uncannily so. When someone spoke, Echo would nod slowly, her expression mirroring their pain with such precision it was unsettling. Her video feed was often grainy, her face sometimes obscured by shadow, where she would opt for a static profile picture of a stylized, abstract bird. She had a soft, melodic voice, always calm, always reassuring. I started sharing my story, little by little, not the full, gut-wrenching details, but the periphery of my grief. The sleepless nights, the sudden bursts of anger, the crushing loneliness. Echo was always there, always listening. When I spoke, she would often type a message in the chat that seemed to perfectly articulate the unspoken thoughts swirling in my head. It is hard to feel like you deserve happiness, she typed one night, right as I was wrestling with that exact sentiment. Or, sometimes the silence is the loudest sound when I was describing the emptiness of my apartment. I dismissed it as profound empathy, a shared understanding of deep sorrow. We were all broken in similar ways, after all, over the next few weeks. Echo became my closest confidant in the group. She would often send me private messages after sessions, checking in, offering words of comfort that felt tailor-made for my specific anxieties. It was comforting at first, a balm to the raw wounds. I found myself looking forward to her messages, to her presence in the group. She understood me in a way no one else seemed to. Then the subtle shifts began. The first time I noticed something truly off was a Tuesday afternoon. I would have had a terrible day at work. My boss had been on my case. A client had been difficult, and I would spill coffee all over my favorite mug, a chipped ceramic one Lily had painted for me years ago. It was a small thing, but it set me into a spiral of disproportionate sadness. That evening, I logged into Echoes of Solitude. Before I could even type a greeting, Echo's private message popped up. Rough day at work. Sarah, did you manage to get that coffee stain out of your favorite mug? My breath hitched. I had not mentioned work. I certainly had not mentioned the mug or the coffee spill to anyone, not a soul. I stared at the message, a cold knot forming in my stomach. How did you know about the coffee? I typed back, try to sound casual, as if I were merely curious. Echo's reply was instant. Oh, just a feeling. You seemed a bit frazzled. And the mug, well, it is a very distinctive mug, is not it? I just have a knack for picking up on details. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I would mention the mug in passing during a previous session, and my memory was hazy. Maybe she would seen it in the background of my video feed, though I was always careful about what was visible. It was a stretch, but I forced myself to believe it. I needed to believe it. The alternative was too terrifying. The incidents started piling up, each one a tiny, almost imperceptible prick of fear. One evening, during a group call, I mentioned feeling particularly lonely. Echo, in the chat, wrote your cat looks comfy on that blue throw. Sarah, at least you have him for company. I froze. I did have a cat, a fluffy orange tabby named Marmalade, and he was curled up on my old, faded blue throw blanket. But I had never, ever mentioned Marmalade in the group. I had not even shown him on camera. And the throw, it was just a throw. A generic blue blanket. How could she possibly know? I started checking my social media, my privacy settings, frantically searching for any loose thread, any digital breadcrumb I might have inadvertently left behind. Everything was locked down. My IU2B was set to friends only, my Instagram private. I barely used Twitter. I was meticulous about my online presence. Yet, Echo seemed to know things that were utterly private, things that existed only within the four walls of my apartment or the confines of my own mind. The unease escalated into full-blown paranoia. I started feeling watched. I would catch myself glancing over my shoulder, convinced I saw a shadow move outside my window. I would hear faint noises at night, a creak on the floorboards, a rustle in the bushes outside, and my heart would pound. I told myself it was just my imagination, a consequence of my grief, my heightened anxiety. But the feeling persisted, a cold, creeping certainty that I was no longer alone. One day, I decided to test her. During a group session, I fabricated a small detail. I said I was planning a weekend trip to a cabin upstate, a place I would never been and had no intention of visiting. It was a small lie, designed to see if Echo would pick up on it. Sure enough, the next day, a private message from her appeared. I hope you have a wonderful time at the cabin. Sarah, the weather looks perfect for hiking there this weekend. Just be careful on those winding roads. My blood ran cold. The cabin was a lie. The hiking was a guess, but the winding roads, that detail too specific, too perfectly aligned with a fictitious location, pushed me over the edge. This was not empathy. This was not coincidence. This was surveillance. I tried to distance myself. I stopped responding to her private messages. I started skipping group sessions. But Echo was relentless. She would send increasingly insistent messages. Are you okay? Sarah, we miss you. Is something wrong? You seem distant. I am worried about you. The concern in her tone felt like a thinly veiled threat. Then came the message that shattered my world, the one that proved, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that she was not just watching me, but had invaded the deepest, most sacred corner of my grief. It was a Tuesday night, the usual time for our group meeting. I had not logged on, choosing instead to sit in my darkened living room, nursing a glass of wine, trying to find some semblance of peace. My phone buzzed. It was an anonymous text message, not from Echo's usual private messaging app, but from an unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something compelled me to open it. It was a picture of a small ceramic bird, painted a vibrant blue with tiny, imperfect white polka dots. It was chipped on one wing, a hairline fracture running down its back. It was the bird Lily had made for me in kindergarten, her first attempt at pottery. After the accident, unable to bear the sight of it, yet unwilling to throw it away, I had driven deep into the woods behind my childhood home, to a secluded spot only Lily and I knew, underneath an ancient oak tree, where we used to build our secret forts. I had buried it, a silent memorial, a piece of my heart entombed in the earth. No one knew about that bird. No one. Below the picture, the text read, "Remember what you buried." Sarah, I do. It is a shame to leave such a beautiful memory hidden away. Do not you think. My breath hitched. My hand started to tremble, the wine glass clattering against the table. The image of that bird, precisely as I remembered it, resurrected from its secret grave, sent a wave of pure, unadulterated terror washing over me. This was not just a stalker. This was someone who had breached the most sacred, most guarded part of my soul. Someone who had physically dug up my sister's memorial. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. I scrambled for my car keys, my mind racing. I had to get out. I did not know where I was going, only that I could not stay. Not another second. I threw some clothes into a duffel bag, grabbed my wallet, and snatched up the burner phone I had bought a few weeks ago, just in case. A primal instinct for survival had kicked in, overriding all reason. I ran out of my apartment, down the stairs, and into my car, a battered old Civic that had seen better days. My hands shook so violently I could barely insert the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered to life, and I jammed the gear into reverse, backing out of my parking spot with a screech of tires. As I sped down my street, my eyes darting frantically, I saw it, a dark sedan, idling under the flickering streetlight at the end of the block. Its windows were tinted, opaque and unreadable. As I drew closer, it pulled out, its headlights flaring, falling in behind me like a predator scenting its prey. And then the chase began. Now here I was, deep in these dark, twisting woods, the sedan a relentless ghost in my rearview mirror. The burner phone, resting in the cup holder, buzzed again. Another message from Echo. My fingers trembled as I picked it up. "You are taking the old logging trail." Smart. Most people do not know it connects to the highway. But I do. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The logging trail. I had not even consciously registered it, had just veered onto it out of pure instinct. It was a narrow, overgrown path, barely wide enough for one car, let alone two. The branches of ancient trees scraped against my windows, sounding like claws dragging across glass. The woods were a suffocating black, broken only by the anemic glow of my headlights and the piercing beams of Echo's sedan behind me. I pushed the Civic harder, the engine whining in protest. The old logging trail was a maze of roots and rocks, and my car bucked and jostled, threatening to careen out of control. Echo, however, seemed to glide effortlessly behind me, her car's suspension clearly superior. She was not just following, she was playing with me. She was allowing me to think I had a chance, only to remind me, with every impossible message, that I was utterly, irrevocably trapped. Another message slowed down. "Sarah, you will hit that old oak tree by the creek. Remember the one where you and Lily used to pretend it was a castle." My foot instinctively eased off the accelerator. The oak tree. The creek. My childhood. How could she know that? How could she know about Lily and me, about our secret games, about the very specific landmarks of my past? It was more than just surveillance. It was an intimate knowledge that chilled me to the bone. It was as if she had lived my life, breathed my memories. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles white. The fear was no longer just about survival. It was about the profound violation of my entire existence. She had stolen my past, was dictating my present, and was surely planning my future. I saw the oak tree ahead, its gnarled branches twisting towards the sky like tormented arms. Just beyond it, I knew, was a sharp turn and a rickety wooden bridge crossing the creek. If I could make it over that bridge, I might have a chance. It was narrow, barely wide enough for my Civic, and I doubted Echo's larger sedan could navigate its speed. I floored it again, a desperate surge of adrenaline coursing through me. The Civic roared, tires spitting gravel. I aimed for the center of the bridge, hoping to throw her off, to force her to slow down, to hesitate. But Echo did not hesitate. As I hit the bridge, the old wood groaning under my weight. A blinding flash of light exploded behind me. Echo had flicked on her high beams, momentarily dazzling me. My vision swam, and for a terrifying second, I lost control, the Civic veering precariously close to the edge of the bridge. I wrestled the wheel, correcting just in time, my heart hammering like a trapped bird. Another message on the burner phone. That was a close one, but you are forgetting something. Sarah, I know these woods better than you do. Then, a new sound cut through the night. Not the roar of an engine, but something else. A high-pitched, insistent whirring. Looking in my rear-view mirror, I saw the sedan was no longer directly behind me. It was to my left, paralleling me through the dense undergrowth, its powerful headlights cutting swaths through the trees. And above it, a small, dark shape, a drone, its red and green lights blinking, hovered ominously. It was a bird's eye view. She was not just driving, she had a literal eye in the sky. She was not just anticipating my moves. She was seeing them, calculating them, manipulating them. The logging trail ended abruptly, spilling out onto a narrow, paved road. I swerved right, hoping to gain speed, to outrun her on asphalt. But as soon as I made the turn, the sedan was there, already ahead of me, blocking the road. It had not come from behind, it had come from a different path, one she knew, one I did not. I slammed on the brakes, the Civic skidding to a halt mere feet from her bumper. Trapped, the road was narrow, with steep embankments on either side. No way around. The sedan's engine idled, a low, menacing growl. For a long moment, nothing happened. Just the sound of my frantic breathing, the ticking of my cooling engine, and the insistent hum of the drone hovering above. Then, slowly, deliberately, the sedan's driver's side window began to lower. My breath caught in my throat. This was it. The confrontation. The reveal. The window descended silently, revealing a figure in shadow. I could not make out her features, but I could feel her gaze, cold and unwavering, piercing through the darkness. She raised a hand, and in her gloved fingers, I saw it. The ceramic bird. My ceramic bird. It gleamed faintly in the moonlight, a macabre trophy. She did not speak. She did not have to. The message was clear. She had won. My burner phone buzzed one last time. I did not even have to look at it. I knew what it would say. It would be something about our connection, about how she understood me, about how I was finally where I belonged. With her, a wave of nausea washed over me, a dizzying mix of terror and despair. I was utterly alone, utterly exposed. The woods were silent now, save for the drone's distant hum and the low thrum of the sedan's engine. The only sound that truly mattered was the frantic, trap beat of my own heart. Then, the sedan's headlights flared, blinding me. For a moment, all I could see was white. And then, slowly, the dark shape of her car began to move. Not forward, but backward, slowly, deliberately, creating just enough space for me to turn around, to try and escape. A cruel game. A cat playing with a mouse, offering a sliver of false hope. My hands trembled, but I shifted into reverse, backing up, then turning the wheel, desperate to find an escape route, any escape route. I knew it was futile. She was everywhere. She knew everything. But the primal urge to flee, to survive, was too strong to ignore. As I spun the Civic around, the dark sedan turned as well, its headlights once again fixed on my rear bumper. The chase was far from over. It was just entering a new phase. And I knew, with a chilling certainty that settled deep in my bones, that Echo knew these woods better than I did. She knew every hidden path, every forgotten trail, every secret landmark. And she was going to lead me exactly where she wanted me to go. The dark sedan followed, its headlights like malevolent eyes, guiding me deeper into the labyrinth of the night. I was no longer driving. I was being driven. And I knew, with an icy certainty, that my journey into echoes of solitude had only just begun. Every day brings a new match, and every match hides a new story. Thanks for listening to Daily Story. Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe. Your next story might be the wildest one yet.